All right, guys.
Woo!
All right. Welcome back. Welcome back. What's up, guys? All right, hold up here. Let me move the music down. All right, we're good. All right, sorry, I had to get the stream started off right. Welcome back, everyone, to day 98. Today's gonna be a big day. As you can see here, we're following up on our goals yesterday. We made significant progress yesterday on View Creator, and we now have AI agents that are able to create and publish content for you. So we're going to be working on that today. There's lots of work to be done. But with that being said, let me pull up the chat. Let me get this going. But what's up, guys? How's it going? Neo, what's up? Neo Fail was first. What's up? What's going on? Bossum Beats, what's up? Sarah Caffeine, how's it going? What's up? What's up? We're hitting 2K today. Let's go. We could. Shri X, what's up? Mr. Mike, what's up? Dystopian, what's up? Computer Gig, what's up? Jesse, what's up? How's it going, chat? So I want to do a quick breakdown of where we actually left off yesterday. So today's going to be a big day, guys, because today we're going to be following up on this functionality that we built yesterday. So as you guys know, we've made significant process on our AI agents. So yesterday, we actually have it now working fully where you literally can completely automate your social media marketing, okay? And you can create these AI agents that you can then run. Here's what they look like. And we now have a way of making it so that they not only are able to create the content, but then we actually integrate with the social media API so that they're able to publish the content, right? And then yesterday, what we got figured out is we can make it so that the agents run at scheduled times so that you don't even have to click run. So today, up on our goal list, first of all, I want to talk about the phrase of today because it's very, very important, guys. Very important. The phrase of today is first layer of fatigue. And it's an interesting phrase, right? Not really self-explanatory, so I'm going to explain it to you guys. The first layer of fatigue is when you're doing something and you're working incredibly hard towards a goal, towards a mission, and let's say it's not, let's say it's getting tough, right? Let's say that you're getting tired, it's not going as you anticipated, it's getting really, really hard, right? And this is the moment that I think a lot of people, they run into this moment, and that's when they end up quitting. And, it's incredible that if you can get past this first layer of fatigue, if you can get past this first obstacle, so to speak, great rewards await you. And, I just wanted to talk about that this morning and kind of write it up on the board because just wanted to share that. It's like, hey, the first layer of fatigue, that's the most difficult part. If you can get through that, greatness lies on the other side. So with that being said, guys, let's get into it. What's up, chat? How's it going, guys? I'm going to drop the stream and do a couple things on my end. But yes, agentic functionality here is big. We've made a ton of progress, and we're just going to keep going. We're not going to stop. So let me drop the stream in the Discord right now, and then we'll get started. Also, guys, we are going to be doing another cold plunge if we can get to 300 likes. 300 likes, and we'll do a cold plunge. But yes, let's launch some Claude agents here, and let's get started. Very, very important that we make progress today. Our goals on the board, you guys can see them, but we're going to continue to work also on this logic of a content bank. So if I click add step here, what you guys will notice is we now have the logic of a content bank. And you may be wondering, what's a content bank, right? What's a content bank? Well, also J35, what's up, man? How's it going? Dystopian Palace, what's up? Blocker Taz, what's up? How's it going? Welcome. Tech with him, what's up? How's it going? Welcome. Offer John, let's grind, guys, let's go. But yeah, if we can get to 300 likes, we're gonna do another cold plunge, and it's gonna be sick. Obviously, the cold plunges are a great way to refresh the mind. Cloud MCSR, what's up, man? How's it going? Welcome back to the stream. But let's see here. All right, so the content bank, what actually is that, right? Well, a content bank is something that we invented yesterday. And what this is, J35 said, Matt, put the 300 likes equal cold plunge overlay. Okay, I will. But I want to explain a content bank real quick before I do that. So a content bank, because this is the first goal that we have. So the content bank automation, this is where we left off yesterday, and we want to make sure that we can get this figured out today. So a content bank, if I click here, what you guys will see is that we now have a content bank. So if you go over to profiles, Brother Codes, what's up, man? How's it going? So if I go to BridgeMind, right? What you can see is a new content bank. And our thinking behind this is right now, AI is not really at the place where you can actually create like super high quality videos, or you can with like, I think in 2026 this is gonna change, but today you can create content and then upload it to a content bank. And then what we're gonna make these agents do is we're integrating this idea of a content bank, because let's say I have content that's been created using, maybe it's another tool, maybe I created content in Canva, maybe I created with AI, but I uploaded it to the content bank. But what this is gonna enable the user to do is if you add in content bank, it's gonna go and it's gonna be able to choose content from the content bank to use for your post that's being automatically published, right? So instead of having to even choose a scheduled time, instead of having to create like titles and metadata or anything like that, all you have to do is just upload it to the content bank, create an agent that's gonna do that for the content bank, and it's gonna be completely automated. So with that being said, guys, I'm gonna do a couple of things on my end to get the stream started, then we're gonna get going. But guys, we're gonna be going for 6 hours today. We're gonna be grinding insanely hard. If we can get to 300 likes, we're gonna do another cold plunge. I'm gonna put it up on stream. All right. Also, shout out to J35. Congrats on your exam, man. I'm gonna pin the Discord. All right, let's get into it, guys. Let's get started. Let's go. All right. Yeah, Brother Codes, I see it too. Neil Thompson said, you are enabling content recipes, putting together great parts for the content formula for the agents to handle. Yeah, like, so from my perspective, if I can make it so that I only have to worry about uploading content to my content bank, then that makes it much, much easier for me as a creator. And I'll tell you why. As a creator, if I have to go in every day and like schedule content, it can be a little bit of a hassle. But if I can do like content batching and just go into my profile here and upload everything to my profile, it's just much, much easier for me to handle. Because all I have to do is just upload a bunch of content to my content bank. And something that's really important, like let's pull up the actual database entity for this content bank, and I'm gonna show you guys how this is structured in the database and what the database architecture for this looks like. So let's go over to entities and let's actually go to content bank item. So if you look here, what you guys are going to notice is that content bank media types can be either images or videos, and then they also are connected to a profile, a user, and then what's really, really important is actually, where is it? It's right here. So this column here is going to be probably the most important column of this functionality, and like this is the status, right? So is posted, because what we're going to do is we're going to make it so that these agents are able to wake up and say, all right, I have a content bank step, and on that content bank step, it's going to take a look at the profile, and then it's going to be able to say, okay, for this content bank, what content, like what content in this content bank has not yet been posted, and what format type is needed, right? And let's say it's a 16:9 video or a 9:16 video, which is, you know, a video for like shorts, or okay, we're gonna do 300 likes equals a cold plunge. You guys see this? 300 likes equals cold plunge. I'm gonna put it up here. Put it right here. All right, 300 likes equals cold plunge. So if you guys haven't already liked the stream, make sure you do so. Yesterday was actually, I don't know if you guys knew this, but we hit a new like record. I don't know why it happened, but we basically hit, like, we gained 500 subs in one day. I think more than that. I think like 550 in a single day. And then the stream also got 12,000 views and like 850 likes, which is just absolutely insane. That's the best that you know, performance that we've ever done. And it's not about that, right? It's about the community. But it is cool just as a community, for those of you that have been, you know, in this community for a while, it's just cool to see that success. And I think what's cool is that we're all sharing in it, right? Because you know, I'll keep, you know, saying it, but hey, this is about the community, and I'm not monetizing. So I think the bigger that we can build this, the bigger the community. It's just cool, you know. It's just cool. It's gonna really build opportunities for everybody involved. So thank you guys, really appreciate that. Tree X said I want to start too. JL6, how's it going, man? Good morning. Vibe coding to the fullest, crazy. I'm applying for jobs on the side and just got my first interview for Google. Let's go, man. I'm not using VS Code. Okay, so the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a complete in-depth review of the logic associated with content bank items. I want you to build, do a complete in-depth review and create a summary of your findings. We are going to be working on logic associated with agents and the content bank because we need to build out this step for the agent node called content bank. There's a couple things that I want to change, but before we get started, I just need you to do an in-depth review. All right, so we're gonna do an in-depth review first, which is kind of like a good place to start, you know. So we're gonna do at view creator API, and then we're gonna do at view creator creator UI, and then we're gonna do at view creator database, and then I'm gonna also add an ultra thing to this. Okay, that's cool. So the next thing that we're gonna work on is, in addition to this, Magisa, what's up? How's it going? What are you using to manage your database? Cursor has this. So I have it's just like a migrations repo, right? I'll show you. So how I do it, and this is just like a good approach, I think. So, you know, I'm using TypeORM, and then in my project, I have what's called just like the view creator database. And here, this is the project that I actually manage my migrations in. So then from an architecture perspective, how I do this is these migrations, I push them up, right? And if I have a specific GitHub label on the pull request when I push it to the main branch, it's going to be able to push it to ECR and then update the ECS task definition, and then that task is going to run the migrations automatically. So that's how that works. So I have it locally so I can actually upgrade and create those migrations, and I push it. Sourcelet said, let's go, the king is live, let's go. Let's go. Yeah, we're making waves, guys. It's pretty cool to see. You know, I think that, you know, hey, we've come a long way. You guys have gotten to know me over the past 98 days, but what's cool is we're about to cross 100, which is crazy. Prion asks, why not use anti-gravity? It's free. So, I mean, for me, it's like, hey, I'm okay with spending the money. You know, I spend about $600 a month on AI tools. So I don't really want the free tool. Anti-gravity is not really there yet. So, okay, so the next thing I want to do is on our list, I don't know if you guys remember from yesterday, but we actually integrated what's called SEO, what was it called? Data for SEO. Do an in-depth review of the project. What is the API that we're using for keywords? Is it called like Data for SEO or something like that? And then what are we using for trend searching? I'm pretty sure it's the YouTube API. Do an in-depth analysis and come back to me with a report for what we're using for these. Sound Spectre, what's up, man? How's it going? You have a script that copies them, or how do you access view creator database entities in NestJS app? I have a factory set up at the app module. So it imports all those entities and sets up a factory. And then, all right, hold up here. All right, we're dropping the API. And I'm also doing an ultra thing on this. All right, so now last thing that we're gonna be working on is we really need to think about, so this is actually a very interesting thing, and something that I wanna share is, you know, really cool, oh, hold up, my headphones, my Apple has, I probably need to get a new pair of these. I mean, I'm gonna, yeah, these are just like having issues. But like, so up on the goal list today, if you guys look behind me here, and let's stand up. What am I doing? I'm sorry. All right, let's go. All right, stand up. So back behind me for our goals today, we have 3 goals written up here, and what are they? So the first one is this content bank automation, because once we get that set up, and this is going to be a really cool thing that we're going to be doing on stream this week, but we're going to be doing some of the marketing, and like to test this out, what I'm going to do, and I'm going to kind of test it because I want to show you guys like the use case for it, right? So this is the use case. We're going to create this content bank logic, right? And when we create the logic of a content bank, what we'll be able to do is this is going to be like back to what we've been talking about, how, hey, the AI videos just aren't yet incredibly useful, right? Like they're not really to the point where you can generate really good content that's going to go viral with AI. It's not to that point yet. We're a little bit early, which is fine. But what we are going to be able to do is with this content bank, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a mixture of the View Creator AI clipping agent and Opus Clip, and I'm going to generate a ton of clips, okay? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create like 2 to 3 new like bridge mine channels, okay? And I don't know if you guys have seen this, but like what a lot of creators do is they'll create like what helps you go viral on social media is if you don't just have one account, but if you have like a ton of different accounts, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set up this system where we're gonna set up these different channels on Instagram. We still don't have TikTok, which I should check TikTok again to see if I haven't checked it yet this morning. So let me check on the TikTok developer. I didn't get an email from them, so I'm pretty sure they would email me if we did get approved. I don't think I got an email, but I'll check just in case. Give you guys an update of where we're at. Yeah, I don't see anything. This is crazy. I mean, Brother Codes did say 3 to 4 weeks, but man, I mean, it's just disappointing. So yeah, it's still in review. That's all right. So what we can do though is that, hey, YouTube is still going to be an incredible way for us to do this, right? King, how's it going? Sourcelet said I worked yesterday on the afternoon, so couldn't watch your stream, so I watched a 6-hour stream today. Started when I woke up. I'm from Sweden, so I'm 6 hours ahead. Let's go, Sourcelet. Andre said, have you tried vibe coding with the DeepSeek models? They're not good. I haven't tried them myself, but I've just heard from people in the community that they're not good. No, it doesn't hurt. Good morning, Super Combo. How's it going? So we're going to be working on this, but the other thing, like back to what I'm talking about, so what we're going to be able to do is we're going to be able to set up multiple different channels, okay? Create a bunch of content, put it in the content bank, and then we're going to create a bunch of different agents that 5 times a day, they're going to wake up and they're going to go grab content from the content bank and they're going to make a post on those respective platforms. So what this could look like is it could be like bridge mine clips, right? Or bridge mine shorts, or like bridge mine, whatever you want to call it, right? So it's going to be clips, and we're going to use bridge mine in this instance. And we're also going to do this for View Creator, but we're going to test it right out of the gate with bridge mine just because we have so much content related to bridge mines. But where I'm going with that is we also are going to have to think through this idea of a CTA, and a CTA stands for call to action. So like one thing that you want to do is, hey, when we're creating this metadata, what is actually, like, what thought process for the AI is going into this metadata, right? That's going into the description, that's going into the titles, and we're going to have to improve that. The first step of improving that is definitely this trend analysis as well as the keyword searches. So in our agentic flows, can we make it so that, let's say, there's a step that's going to be able to do the keyword research to come back and know that vibe coding or vibe coding with Opus 4.5 or like these different keywords, these different trends are going to help perform better, and can it intuitively create metadata meaning titles, descriptions, tags, etc., that actually implements keywords and trends in an intelligent way, right? And what we're gonna do is this content bank, we're gonna test this logic with this content bank, because what I'll be able to do is, as a singular creator, all I'm gonna have to do is fill up my content bank with clips across all these different profiles, and then I'll just turn on these agents, and the agents are going to be able to go into the content bank, grab the content that hasn't yet been posted, and then kick off the process that's able to actually create the metadata, that's able to actually publish it, and we'll see. That's the goal of today, and I think we can get there. Like I said, we're going to be going for 6 hours, so let's go, guys. GPT 5.2 got released today? Well, doesn't GPT 5.2, it doesn't matter if you're 6 hours ahead, doesn't it? It doesn't matter, does it? No, Zagan, I have not faced that. Alright, so let's now go to that. I need you to think through the concept of a call to action in the metadata. So look at our agentic functionality and look at how the system prompt is structured for creating metadata when publishing. I want you to output a diagram of how this is currently structured and what the current process is, so I can gain a full understanding of how the current system works. And then I want you to think through the process of how we could potentially create the logic of a call to action. A call to action meaning that inside of a brand profile, users would be able to set up different calls to action, and these calls to actions would actually just be like basically prompts that, or like pieces of information that the user may want to be used in a call to action. So for example, a user would create, they can create multiple calls to action that are linked with a brand profile. And when creating descriptions or captions or any metadata related to a post, the user would be able to add a step that chooses a specific call to action. Just a thought. Oh, NS is in the stream. What's up, NS? NS for the win. Let's go. Let's go. All right, so we're going to drop this in. All right, so view creator UI. All right, I'm also going to drop an Ultra Think on this. All right, cool. All right, so here is the breakdown. So complete agent content bank flow. So user uploads content to a content bank. So it sets is posted to false. Agent configured. So brand profile links to the same profile. Content type, single image, multi-image, etc. Steps include select from content bank, create metadata, publish steps. Rob, how's it going? Let's go, NS. So this is interesting. This is very interesting. So there's a couple things I don't like. Okay, so something that I've actually decided to change is, for example, on the select from content bank step, instead of having to set the profile of the agent, Hung said recommend to use Warp or Ghostly to replace the Mac OS built-in terminal. Much better experience. Yeah, we may try Warp today. We may make a video today where we try vibe coding with Warp. That's a good idea, Hung. Let me know in chat if you guys want to see that, because you're right. Okay, so something that I've decided to change is, for example, on the select from content bank step, instead of having to set the profile of the agent at the agent level. So right now, I'll just kind of show you guys how it's structured. So let's go over here, and if we go to localhost and we go here, what you guys are going to see is, like, when I'm going through the process of creating an agent, like, let's just break that down and look at how it works right now, right? So you select the content type, because that's really important. Like, hey, what type of content is this agent going to be publishing, right? That's incredibly important. So it can be a single image, a carousel, which is multiple images, a short video, long video, or text only. Like, let's just do single image as an example. Aperium, how's it going? Welcome. And then we can do target platforms, right? So we can do Instagram, X, Facebook with the single image, and then we select which platforms we actually want this to post to. That's interesting. So Shortlet said that according to leaks that GPT 5.2 is going to be something entirely new. They're not trying to just make it 2% better at benchmarks. They're trying to make it something way better. Hopefully the leak is right. Yeah, we'll see. I don't really trust them right now. Or Redhan said, does DSA really matter? What tech stack should I know to build a project and start up like this? What should I learn, full stack or MIML? I mean, I would just recommend get started, start vibe coding. That really is the future of development. So just, get started on a project that you're passionate about, that you believe in, that you will, like I said, guys, if you can get past that first layer of fatigue, I think that you can be incredibly successful. It's all about, that's what's written up on the board today. is first layer of fatigue. You know, if you missed the start of the stream, hey, what is the first layer of fatigue? Well, the first layer of fatigue is when you're pursuing a mission, you're pursuing a vision, and the first layer of fatigue is when it starts to get really hard, and it's harder than you initially anticipated, and you're starting to get fatigued. And the question that you have to ask yourself is, am I going to give up or am I going to keep going? And if you can break past those initial feelings, if you can break past that first layer of fatigue, then greatness awaits you. But if you give up, it's over. So get past that first layer of fatigue, guys. Okay, so something that I've actually decided to change is, for example, on the select from content bank step, instead of having to set the profile... Okay. Thank you, J35. Sourcelet said it's time for push-ups. Okay. What do I think about React getting hacks? I mean, it's interesting. You know, I mean, they patched it, so. All right, let's hit some push-ups and pull-ups, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see. Let's go. Go, chat. All right, let's get this desk up. Let's get the desk up. All right. Let's go. So I switched between Claude and Cursor because Cursor is super expensive and your limits are going to run out even if you have the Ultra plan or the Max plan, whatever it's called. So my backup is Claude. So when my Cursor usage runs out, I use Claude as a backup. All right, so here, so look at this. So we have a couple of REST API endpoints. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, we have to set up our environment variables today on these. So YouTube data API key. So that is very, very important. The YouTube data API key, this is what we're gonna be able to do to actually get trending topics, okay? And I think that Google probably has, the YouTube data probably has some of the best information on what's trending. So for this, so the free tier is 10,000 units a day, so that's enough. And I'm just wondering, where do I get this? Where do I get the key for this? I am in Google Search Console right now, or not. Google Cloud Console. All right, so this is important. And then on the content bank, I mean, I think that we can test this. I think that it failed yesterday, didn't it? I'm pretty sure that it failed yesterday when we tried it. So something I'm gonna do is I wanna test this again right now and just see, hey, where did we leave off at yesterday? So I'm gonna delete the web dev Cody video just so I don't post him on my channel. Okay, so we have like a short here, right? And what I wanna do is like also, okay, so for the content bank step, note that for this step, for the content bank item, it needs to be very, very intelligent because it's going to have to be able to know what content type is being posted for this agent. So for example, if it's a single image, then it needs to go to the content bank and grab a single image. If it's multiple images, it's going to need to go and be able to grab multiple images. let's say 4 images for a carousel or a multi-image content type. For a short video, it's going to need to be able to go and grab a... This is something that is really interesting that I want to check, is that if I go to PG Admin, which is our management tool for Postgres, when we go to the content bank item, what I want to see is for that video that we actually have in our content bank, I want to see, hey, does it have it in there as, like right here, content bank item. So you can see, like, here's the example, right? So it has my user ID, it has the name of it, it has the media type, which automatically detected, obviously, based off of that, the file name, the MIME type. But yeah, so here's the issue that we have, that's what I expected. So check this out. So do you guys see how it says null for width, height, and duration? So the issue with this, and this is good, this is a good thing, right, that we have this built in. It's just that right now it's just defaulting to null. And I'm curious as to whether or not we can make it so that when we do the uploads, that we could actually make it automatically detect that. Because why is that important? Well, hey, if we have a content bank agent, that agent needs to be intelligent enough to be able to grab content that's in the correct format, right? So let's say that, you know, we can make it so that, hey, this video is 9:16, or you see what I'm saying? I wonder if it can automatically detect that. Okay, so to get a YouTube Data API key from Google Cloud Console, enable the YouTube Data API 3. So I'm gonna go to my Google Search Console on my other browser here. Sourcelet said, wouldn't be surprised if OpenAI released GPT 5.2, 5.5 today, and 2 days later, Gemini 3.5 release, and then Anthropic releases Opus 0.36, yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's possible. Does X have the option to fetch trending topics using the API? I think they do. What functionality does Spark have right now in View Creator? Pretty minimal. It's pretty much just like a ChatGPT-like interface. But I think that you could eventually turn Spark into something where you can do tool calling, where you're able to create agents inside of Spark. Just a random thought. DSAT said 300 likes for a cold plunge and 150 for a warm plunge. We're at 56 likes, guys. If you have not already liked the stream, make sure you do so. All right, so I do have the YouTube Data API already hooked up. So, I don't even know when I did that. NGO, what's up, man? How's it going? All right, let's pull up cursor. Oh, that's fantastic. All right, sorry. I just spilled my AWS. There is a not super. I mean, we're good, but yeah, I mean, I did leak my AWS keys, so I need that fixed real quick. My bad. We're good. How long is the stream today? NS asked. 6 hours. Yeah, we're going for 6 hours today. Yeah, but sorry, I just leaked my AWS key, so had to fix that. Okay, so let's see here. So I already have the YouTube Data API v3 enabled. I do drink coffee, yeah, Hung. Yeah, I drink coffee. But usually I'm like a high energy person in general, so. Okay, create API key. We don't really need this. I mean, we don't really need a YouTube Data API key because I think that we already have that API enabled. So I just wanted to look at my env variables because I'm pretty sure that we already have it enabled inside of the base YouTube API key, so there's no reason to have to set two API keys that are going to access the same thing. Or maybe we do still need it. How do I actually get the API key for it? Oh, select restrict key. Create credentials at the top. Okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure that we already have this, so. Alright, so I'm going to credentials. Review this in depth and help me figure out what to do next. All right, so for the content bank step, note that for this step, the content bank item needs to be very, very intelligent because it's going to have to be able to know what content type is being posted for this agent. So for example, if it's a single image, then it needs to go to the content bank and grab a single image. If it is multiple images, it's going to need to go and be able to grab multiple images. Let's say 4 images. For a carousel or multi-type content type for a short video, it's going to need to go and grab a video that is a 9:16 aspect ratio and that has the proper duration. The issue is that if we actually go back to the functionality of when users are uploading content to the content bank, there's no way for us to automatically grab the width and height of a video or get the duration. So the first step that we need to do is look at that functionality so that when users are uploading their content to the content bank, that there is logic that is able to properly detect the width and height and duration of the content that is being uploaded. If it's not a video, like if it's an image, then there is no duration, but it is very important that, for example, it's able to set the width and height automatically. I spend about $600 a month on AI. Imperium said use same API key from console and enable YouTube API v3 and library. Yeah. All right. Hope you're doing all right, Official Sapphire. Get better, man. All right. The thing is, I already have this API key or this service enabled, and I already have existing API keys. Remember that you are never to look in my env key or my env variables file. But I do need you to take a look at this because why would I have to set a new environment variable if this service is already enabled and I already have YouTube env variables set? Review the screenshot for reference. Thank you, J35. All right, so I'm going to go to this, and I'm just going to drop in, the existing env keys that I already have because we should be able to set these just fine. For example, could we just reuse the Google Client ID and Google Client Secret, or do we actually need to set or create a new API key that is just for the YouTube Data API key? Let me know what the best practice is here. From Genesis, we have an option to store metadata like YouTube resolution, duration, and more. Can we repurpose this? I think this is actually pretty easy. I think this will be able to do it just fine. This one here. So this one's working on this content bank logic because what we need to do is going to have to go to the content bank and intelligently grab items from the content bank. And if we don't have that width and height being set, that's going to become an issue because, for example, for a short video, we want to find videos that have the 9:16 aspect ratio and that meet a certain duration requirement, right? So we're going to need to make it so that when we do these uploads, like for example, hey, when I upload this web dev Cody video, that it's going to be able to automatically set the duration, width, and height, which is definitely possible. We can just basically check that there on upload. Should be pretty straightforward. I don't think it needs a redesign. Okay, so great question. These are two different types of credentials that serve different purposes. So users connect their YouTube account to vCreator and authorize access to their channel. API key not set yet. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, so it says we do need both. Best practice, you need to create a separate API key. You cannot use OAuth credentials for API key authentication. Interesting. Okay, yeah, so this is easy. So see this, so video.onloaded metadata, and it's gonna be able to set that there. Do you guys see that going in? Very simple. Okay. So it says creating APIs key, it takes 10 seconds. All right, it's like, come on. It's like, come on, dude. So create credentials, API key. So I'm gonna set YouTube data API key here. I'm gonna grab this, put this here. All right. Lone Parker said, what's good? What are we doing today? So today what we're doing is we are working on our agentic functionality, and we're taking it to the next level. And then what we're actually gonna do in this stream, and I wanna see if we can accomplish it in this stream, we'll see. We're gonna go for 6 hours, so I think we have plenty of time. I think that by the time we do our cold plunge, we'll be in a really good place. So make sure you guys like the stream if you haven't already. But what we're gonna be doing is we're gonna get to the point where we can set up this content bank where we know that AI is limited right now, but if we can make it so that our agents are able to pull from a pre-existing content bank and then run at pre-specified times and be able to go and grab content from the content bank, create the metadata, and then publish, that is something that is incredibly valuable today that I can use and test today. And I think that we can actually get this all working today. So we're gonna be able to finish that. Also, we're gonna be making it so that there's like trend analysis in keyword researching. So use caching when you retrieve from v3 UDA API, so and you don't make multiple times to save up costs. Yeah. What do I put here? Tell me and guide me. I'm creating the API key now. Okay. All right, hold up here. All right, so it says name, API key, application restrictions, none. Change this one setting. So select restrict key instead of don't restrict key. Okay, so it's restrict the key. Restrict the key, and then it says application restrictions, none, fine for server side, and then select APIs, and it literally wants me to select the API here. So YouTube data API v3. All right. Okay. Then create. Okay, I have my API key. All right, cool. All right, so let me pull this up and drop it in. All right, so we have this now. So YouTube data API key. Cool. And now, let's see here. Okay, I now have set this environment variable. Remember to not look in my env file, but I do need your thoughts on whether or not, like how do I get the data for SEO set up? What are the env keys that I need there? Don't look at my env variable file, but tell me what I need. All right, so we're also gonna get this data for SEO API set up. Okay, so this is saying that's gonna work for the content bank. J35 said, did you get a chance to try the ZAI GLM 4.6? No, I did not, no. Because I don't think it works yet. I would like to try it on this stream, but I'm not sure yet. Okay, so for the data for SEO API login, you literally just do the login and password. So I'm gonna do that. I do have an account over there. J35, that's funny. All right, so I am gonna set this. Okay. All right, so let's see if this actually works. So how we can test it, it says that it's done. So I just want to see, let's test it and see if it works. Because what it should do now is it should be able to automatically get the dimensions of it. That's definitely important. What's erroring here? Skipping? Okay, cool. Okay, so let's see here. So let's go to Google Chrome and let's just upload let's just do a web dev Cody video. And then what we'll do is we'll do pgadmin 4, and then we will refresh this, and let's see. So it's this one. What is it? This one here, right? So did it actually set the? Wow, look at that, guys. Yeah. So this is perfect. Okay, so you guys see how this works. So and why exactly did we do this, right? I think that's a big question. So why did we do this? You can see the width and the height here, and then the duration. And the reason that we did this is because we know that if we want to build an intelligent system that's able to wake up and go grab the respective content and post it, it's based off of this content type. So you're going to be uploading things to this content bank that are different content types. It's very important that you understand what those different content types are. Let's say single images are kind of like all the same. I think that the image, like, for example, you could maybe make the. Let's say that you were doing a TikTok carousel. That may have different dimensions than a Instagram carousel. That may be a thing that's a little bit more of an edge case. But for this, like, really what I'm focused on is in terms of like our short videos versus long videos. I think it would be great so that you make it so that, hey, that content bank step is actually able to look and see, okay, what was the dimensions of this video and what was the duration, so it knows, hey, this is going to be a short, right? Okay, perfect. Like, look at this. This enables the select from content bank agent steps to properly filter content by the aspect ratio and by the media type. I now need you to enhance the select from content bank step for the agent so that when this step is running, based on the content type that this agent is creating or publishing, on this step, it's able to go and fetch content that has not yet been published that follows that format's practices. Review this in depth and create a structured plan for what we need to do. Official Sapphire asks, when is GPT 5.2 coming out? I think Polymarket is a great place to look for those odds. I did see, like, when, I think it's like the question on Polymarket is when is the next OpenAI Frontier model coming out? This will probably load Polymarket. Yeah, so what day will OpenAI next release their new Frontier model? So here are the odds. So 80% for, what's 80%? 80%. So it's literally 73% for December 11th. So obviously people are in the know on this. So it was like, I think 50% for today, but you can see that today is now 1%, which is crazy because Polymarket is a great place to look for this type of stuff. So if you look at Polymarket, what you can see is, hey, this is projected on the 11th now is when they're expected. So that changed literally like earlier this morning. There must have been, literally the entire information on this is crazy. I'm pretty sure, I guess, yeah, so you can see it's expected on the 11th. So that means that Thursday is going to be a big day for us, guys. Yeah, I'm using Claude. Yeah, cinematics. Appreciate the recommendation. I need to get better at using skills. That's like, I need to learn up on that for sure. Sub agents. Rob said, did you rotate the keys so hard not to leak them on stream? It happened to me twice already. Had to rotate. Yeah, I already rotated them. It's all good. I only rotated the. I saw what I exposed. It's all good. Yeah, Polymarket is insane. Also, what's up, Jose? Good to see you, man. They did not live stream when they released 5.1. Yeah, SourceLite, I feel like they'll probably announce that they're going to be live. You know what I mean? I don't think that's expected today anymore. Alright, so this agent is working. I want to work on this agent, so this is going to be like a CTA, right? So there's going to be a new step that we add to our agent, just because it is important, I think, that the agents need to be able to detect different calls to action. So back to the the use case that we're going to be working towards today, which is I want to be able to create multiple BridgeMind YouTube channels. And honestly, can I do this right now? I wonder if I can do this right now on stream. Just create a new YouTube channel. Let's see here. Hold on here. Yeah, I don't use Codex anymore. Alright. Sorry, chat. I was looking at something on my computer. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so Jose, what's up? He said, how many push-ups you in today? I think I've done about 100 so far today. Maybe a little bit less. Do I use Naya? Yeah, I don't use Codex anymore. I think the GPT models are not good. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Neil Thompson. Yeah, I mean, Codex is just not... Codex is not it anymore. I obviously used to be a huge Codex person, but... Okay, so I'm going to get the credentials here for our data for SEO as well. So let's see here. So data for SEO. Let me look this up. Alright, so I'm going to log in here. Alright, so I am logged in. So now I can go to API access and I can grab, I'm going to reset the password. Request to reset. Yeah, Sam is about to call. All right, so here, summary of changes needed. Okay. Okay, this looks good to me. Now continue and actually implement this plan and update the code. Comcoin, what's up? I spend about $600 a month vibe coding. All right, pay as you go. Okay, so let's set this up. I need to log in. All right, also, it looks like I have a little bit of an issue with some of the different cameras here. Hold on. So this camera just doesn't have... Okay, it looks like it does. We also have the audio input capture. And what about this one? All right, so I'm getting the data for SEO API set up right now. I just need to reset my password here. Yes, reset. Okay, confirm that you want to reset. Yes. All right. All right, so I just got my API key. All right, this is gonna be important to test. I've actually never tried this before. We tried setting this up a long time ago, but we never got around to it. Music playlist, yeah, 1 second, here, let me grab it. Yeah, we tried getting this set up a long time ago. Let's see here. Do I use Gemini 3 Pro for UI? Sometimes. Ah, shoot. All right, hold up here. All right, here you go, guys. Here's music playlist. Okay. So we do have 4 errors, so we definitely want to fix these. This is still working though. What should the format of a data for SEO API password look like? For example, how many characters? All right, so keyword research costs roughly a penny per query. And Ricky, how's it going, man? Good morning. Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see what OpenAI releases. Obviously, I was always a huge fan, of the GPT models, but man, oh man, they fell off hard. They fell off really hard. So unless they come up with something that's going to be like truly, I mean, you have to give it to OpenAI. They were the first frontier model that released like a really good thinking model. The big things that in the past 3 years, just I'll share my perspective on it. Okay, example format. So it's around, okay. So format, okay. Hold on, let me just confirm that this is correct. Yeah. Okay, so, the biggest change that I saw in model performance was the difference between GPT 4.0 and 0.1. That was the biggest model jump that we ever got. The model jump between like Claude Opus 4.5 and Claude Opus 4 or 4.1 was actually not as big as the jump from 0.1 versus 4.0. Does that make sense to you guys? So a lot of AI influencers are like kind of like riding the wave. They're really hyping up Claude Opus 4.5, which yes, it's a great model. It's the best one now. But I will say my perspective on it is that increase, the improvement actually wasn't that much compared with that jump. All right, so let's see here. So vibe coding X agent, vibe coding infographic. Okay. Okay, I have now set all of these. So I want to create a new page where we can actually test this. And somebody said that they wanted me to shorten this so they actually could see what I'm prompting, so I'll do that. Here, let me expand this here so you guys can actually see what I'm doing. Okay, so now that I have these set, you do not need to look at my EMV varies, but I do want to create a new page where we can actually test this configuration. Create API endpoints for both the new trend and keyword. Then create inside of And I'm also gonna do an ultra think on that. It's gonna be a hard one. Do you host your websites on Vercel? I do not, no. J35 said Gemini 2.5 Pro to Gemini 3 Pro was a huge jump for Google. It was a huge jump for Google, but J35, I'm more talking in terms of like, as a whole. Like the difference with that, the difference in what you could accomplish between 4.0 and 0.1 was so massive. It was unbelievable, that difference, right? Whereas the difference between, like, when they came out with Gemini 3 Pro, it actually wasn't that big of a jump, in my opinion. And that, like, you guys may be like, what do you mean? And yeah, I mean, a lot of what you'll hear from a lot of people is they'll kind of like just ride the hype. And you know, if you've been in the space for this long, you'll be able to kind of remember what it was like when we got those models. And yes, I mean, what we've gotten so far this year has been definitely substantial improvements, but in terms of actual jumps in improvement from model to model on the frontier, yes, the jump between Gemini 2.5 to Gemini 3 was big if you compare Gemini 2.5 to Gemini 3, but in terms of the actual frontier, what was it? Maybe like a 50 to 100 jump? I mean, it wasn't that big. And then Opus 4.5 literally dropped and dominated them. So Gemini 3 Pro is pretty much redundant, which I like the Gemini models for like writing and stuff. I think they're really good writing models. The backend is fully implemented. I need to create the new front-end components. Let me create a to-do list and get started. Okay, so then on here, so it says that we're ready to test this. We are ready to test this, so let's test it. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna create an agent and we're gonna do a short video, okay? And what we wanna do is we're gonna test this on YouTube, okay? So we're gonna post this to BridgeMind and we're gonna run once. And instead of creating a video from scratch here, which we will change like this template type, but we're now gonna select content bank. We're gonna swap these two. We're gonna delete this one. And now content bank is going to be able to pull and post to this BridgeMind profile. You see this? So we're just going to name this content bank test. Also, if you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're going to do a cold plunge if we can get to 300 likes today. So yeah. Yeah, I was going to do a video when I reach day 100. There's going to be a video that drops on day 100 of like maybe a summary of everything that I've learned and what I've done. To Rick's question there. So the mission instructions are create a post choosing content from the content bank. So we are testing this functionality with a plan. Create a plan, and then what we're going to do is we're going to choose a video from the content bank to use to publish. All right, publish the video. Always the video. Nope, publish the video. All right, so here what we're doing is we're just testing this. So we now have content bank. So agent created. I think the last time we tested this, let's fix this simple styling issue here. It's warm in the Midwest today. I wouldn't know. I haven't been outside. '2026 is going to be insane around here for the BridgeMind community. All right, so if you guys are just joining us, we're working on a couple things right now. So here we're working on the idea of a content bank, and we were working on this yesterday, but we're going to finish it and actually be able to test it today. And we're going to test it with a new YouTube channel I'm going to create, okay? So I'm going to create a channel which is called like BridgeMind Clips, and then we're going to use that channel to post shorts of clips from BridgeMind. And then what we're going to be able to do is instead of our agent like having to create AI content, it's going to be able to integrate with this content bank and upload there. So let's just run it. Let's test it. Do we have any errors? No, we don't have any errors. All right. So let's test it. Let's just give it a go. I'm assuming that it's going to fail, but we'll see. So agent run started. So I wish I could see the agent runs. No longer takes us to the run page, which I don't like, but all right, let's just go to logs. All right, so we do have an error here. Platform publishing failed for job. Invalid category ID. Yep. This is actually good. That got further than I thought. Look at this. Oh, wow. Do you guys see the... I don't know if you guys saw the logs, but the logs did say that it marked it as posted. Review the logs and note that it failed. Obviously, the publishing metadata failed because it did not properly input the correct category for YouTube. Review this in depth. We have perfectly working functionality in other areas of the application for publishing to YouTube, so just look at what those are doing and then update accordingly so we don't get this error. Also note that you should not mark content as posted unless it has properly been posted. So you marked it as posted or published in the content bank item, but the job failed, so it wasn't actually posted. So review this in depth. Also create some type of, no, we'll just stop it there. I want to do more, but, and update accordingly. I want to do more. There's more that we're going to be doing, but let's just put an ultra think on this. And also, while this is loading, let's hit some push-ups and pull-ups, guys. Let's go. Let's go. All right, let's move the desk up, chat. We're gonna get to test this in a minute, so I mean, we're already close. All it failed on was the category, so let's go. Somebody said, what is a cold plunge? We did it yesterday. A cold plunge is, I have a cold plunge, and it's a tub that's cooled down to like, I keep mine at 41 degrees, so it's freezing, and I get into it. Peds said that Anthropic is becoming the Apple of AI companies. Good quality products, but way overpriced in comparison. You think so? I do not use NAN, no. With the Claude Code Max plan, do you ever reach the daily token limit? I do not, no. It's a pretty good limit, to be honest. All right, so it's investigating the issues. Should be good here. Yeah, this UI, not happy with it. All right, let's use Gemini 3 Pro. And let's see if we can actually improve this UI for the database they're running here. For the agent run page. Let's go here. What brand do I have for the tub and cooler? I have a Orca. Okay. How do I still have a pages directory? Why is there still a pages directory with a document in it? Is this needed? And I said that OpenAI is the BlackBerry of AI, first to do it, but complete garbage now. What do I use instead of NAN? What do you mean? Like for the agent system? Oh, shoot. They're like, that model is not expensive enough. Please try again. Okay. So dashboard, just the agents pages are not that good. Do an in-depth review of the styling on this page. I'm not a big fan here. I need you to do an in-depth review, and what we need is more of a understandable approach for the end user. Right now it's a little bit too complex and too much information coming at the user, and a lot of it's not really even that needed. Like at the top there, it has all these statistics about how much the agent has been run. That's not really needed, you know? Give the user exactly what they need in a really concise, compact format, and make it really easy to understand. All right, Gemini 3 Pro for the win. It's not using Pages Router. We switched it, so it shouldn't be using it at all. Yeah, so it's left over from the old just Page Router in React next to doors. Yes, okay. This file currently only adds font pre-connects and doesn't implement the I do want to delete the pages directory here, but make sure that we don't lose the functionality with the fonts. Review in depth and come up with what we should do. Create a plan for this. You have to review the project in complete depth before you create your plan. All right, so this is using the free model, right? Yeah, that garbage OpenAI model. I mean, it's so bad they're giving it out for free. They're like, please don't stop using our models. Neil Thompson said that whenever Matt says in-depth review, I think of the Office episode where Jim has to give the new boss a rundown. Yeah. Facts No Care said, wanted to know if they actually use the models they say they do. Wait, what do you mean? Also, if you guys have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Yesterday, we hit 11,000 subscribers. Right now, we're 105 likes. We're going to do a cold plunge if we can get to 300 likes. So if you guys are not yet liked, make sure you do so. Oh, shoot, guys, we're about to hit a milestone here. I mean, we're hitting milestones so fast. Are they even milestones at this point? Or are they just everyday life, right? We're about to hit 11,300 subs. If you guys have not already liked and subscribed, let's hit it. Yeah. No, it does. Yeah, it does increase the quality for sure. I mean, I'm not kidding. I remember when I used to code like the old-fashioned way with ChatGPT, vibe code that way. You know, there were certain phrases that you could use to really, really enhance the quality. And okay, so it's saying we switch to next font. Hey, thank you guys, 11,300. Let's go. Let's get it. No big deal though. We'll be at 12,000 probably in a couple days. Let's go, chat. 11,400 inbound in an hour probably. Can I review your project? We have a project sharing event for that. If you do PS, make sure you join the Discord. All right, so content bank. Move forward with your plan. What are the odds that Codex just obliterates my functionality for no reason? Did this actually update it? I think it did. Okay, let's look at the new agent functionality. This is what it looks like now. Oh geez, nice. All right. That is not OpenAI. That is this Opus agent in the background that's working. Okay, this one said that it did actually create. So we have this in. We're gonna have to use that now. Crazy Gamer said, make your own coding agent specialized for your projects. I don't really think there's a need for that. But I like your thinking. I have not tried the new GLM model yet, no. Okay, files changed, so modified. Okay, so this is now done. And the thing about Claude is it's able to run that npm run build, so it usually does get it one shot there, which is pretty nice. You ever think how wild it is that the most techniques used for the new models all came from a few people trying methods to make GPT-3 the best it could? That's actually so true. Hold up here. All right. So this is going to be really, really interesting to test. Because watch this. Here's what we're going to do. And I am going to go to Opus Clip real quick. And like I'm going to show you guys how this content bank works, okay? So let's say I'm in Opus Clip, or I can use the View Creator clipping agent, right? But let's just say that I do an Opus Clip and I generate, 50 clips from a live stream, right? Well, I'm going to download one of these, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to be able to upload this to an agent, or I'm going to upload this to my content bank first. I'll upload it to a content bank, so it's this one here. We use this, and I'm going to upload this clip to my content bank. I'm going to remove the WebDev Cody one. I'm going to upload my own. So I just uploaded this. It's able to upload the thumbnail, the duration, the width and the height. And then we're going to be able to go to our agent here. And I can go to the content bank test agent. And let's improve this page. This one looks so bad. Update this page. It looks terrible. Make it super simple. Remove the top data that's just unnecessary. Make it compact, concise. Also, when the user clicks Run Agent, it should go to the respective agent run page. What is the running subscription cost for your vibe coding? About $600 a month. All right. Also, we do have a couple more things to test. This one here, pages. So give me the URLs to go to with localhost 3003 to test this. Yeah, if you guys have not already joined the Discord, make sure you do so. Thank you, J35. All right. All right, so this is updating. It's fine for now. But I do want it to, we'll wait for Gemini 3 Pro to finish here. Because I want to make sure that when I click Run Agent, it needs to go to the Agent Run page. So, let's see here. For this, so localhost 3003 trends, we'll test this. So this is the trends, the new trends feature. And I just want to make sure that this is actually working, right? So let's go to trends. And on this page here, we're going to be able to see, okay, first of all, let's fix this. Fix this error that I got on the trends page. All right. All right, so it's going to update. Still going in here. But Gemini 3 Pro needs to improve the UI here. Okay. Still waiting. Here, that looks done. So let's go over to trends again. Whew. All right, so trends. So, okay, this is really interesting. Let's move the desk down because this is important, guys. So it says that there's an error in the data for SEO integration. So it does say that the YouTube data API is connected though. So if I click just like fetch trending topics, so these are trending topics, tags, so vibe coding. So, oh wow, okay, so this is interesting. So found 61 popular tags associated with vibe coding. So you guys see this? So code, vibe coding. What does it mean when it said, like what is it, what is it, why does it say like 3? What does that mean? Like what's the difference between 1, 2, and 3? Is that just how popular it is? That's actually pretty interesting. Here, what is the difference when it says 1, 2, and 3 after the tag? What does that mean? Usselmuck said, can you check Discord DMs? Yeah, I try to get around to it, once or twice a day. I do get a lot of them though. The community's getting pretty big. BFR, what's up, man? How's it going? All right, so let's see. So 3 out of 15 analyzed videos had this tag, and then only 1 video had this tag. Okay, interesting. So the number in parentheses after each tag indicates the frequency, how many of the top performing videos for that topic use that tag. Okay, so make this understandable. Like, would this be a good thing? Okay, wait. So the tags are sorted by frequency, highest first. So web dev, app development, lesson, tutorial, AI coding, and programming are at the top, are the most popular tags used by top videos in that niche. So the question is that actually a good thing or a bad thing, right? So let's, keywords. So vibe coding. Oh, wow. Okay. So app development, tutorial, Y Combinator. Why is it saying that data for SEO has an error here? $15 seems like a small sample size. What do you mean 15? Oh. All right, let's come back to this. This is secondary. This is a secondary feature right now. Let's go back to content bank test. Okay, so here, this looks a lot better. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Gemini 3 Pro, thank you. All right, so this here is much, much simpler, okay? So our last run, it failed on the publishing step. So also, this needs to be, yeah, this needs to be improved as well. Same thing here. I need you to update the styling of the page to be more compact, simplistic, etc. Speechless, we're making ViewCreator UI, AI, ViewCreator.ai. It has over 1,000 users. All right, let's go back. All right, so here it looks much simpler now. So let's try running the agent. So it is going to redirect here. So the question is now, this is actually a big piece of functionality. So let's let it run, but also very important, we're gonna wanna check the logs as it runs. So here's the plan. Wow, look at that, guys. Do you guys see this? So it actually selected a video from the content bank to publish. So, wow, this is incredible. I mean, it worked. Jesse Binkman, how's it going? You literally just joined at a perfect time. So I don't know if you guys just joined us. What's going on here? Do you guys see what just happened? So what this is doing is we implemented this functionality of a content bank, okay? I'm actually, this works. This works. Like if I go to YouTube here, this is huge. Oh my gosh, this is so huge. All right, so watch this. If I go over to my channel now, and I go to Shorts, this is publishing right now. Do you see this? So first of all, you guys can see the issue with the metadata, right? To publish your next great video. It's not doing the metadata right. But what we just pulled off is actually a pretty crazy feat. So here it is. I'm gonna set this to private because it's all like, so this is the video that we just published, and yeah, so private. So you can see that it literally just, you guys can see that the metadata is totally off, right? But we're more focused on this functionality of what just pulled off. And W's in the chat, because guys, this is huge. So what are we doing? How does this actually work, right? Well, you guys know my concept of like the chart of, hey, quality, money, and then just like where are we at in terms of AI? Like here is the mainstream market. This is gonna be hit in like 1 to 2 years. And then right now we're right here. So, you know, ViewCreator is an all-in-one AI platform where you're able to completely automate social media marketing, okay? So it can be used by content creators, brands, social media, agencies, all of the above. But what I wanna show you guys is what we're gonna be able to do now is now agentic functionality isn't just about agents, okay? It's not just about creating the content with AI. Now, with the idea of a content bank, what this is you now have a content bank. So I'm just gonna go CB here. You can upload content to your content bank, and then you can then set up an agent that has access to intelligently be able to grab content from the content bank and then post it. So that's what we've done. I just invented it. I came up with the idea just because I thought it would be a smart idea. I can see the use for it myself. So W's in the chat because we did just get this to work. So now what we need to do, and now how we need to actually improve this, is we now need to take it to the next level which is to actually make it so that this metadata is accurate, right? And that brings us into what we're working on here. When I said, hey, this isn't the main feature right now, but now it is going to be the main feature that we're going to be working on. So here is the workflow. You could create a plan, and then you choose from the content bank, and then you publish the video, right? And now the issue that we have is that we need to do a better job of creating the metadata, because right now I don't know what the system prompt is for it, but this metadata has nothing to do with the video. And I'll tell you why. We don't yet have a step where it's able to transcribe the video and actually know what the video is about. And then we don't have a step, I mean, that's the biggest part, but we also don't have a step that's able to do a trend analysis and a keyword analysis so that I can take in the transcript and then analyze keywords that would be associated with that transcript and be able to integrate that into the metadata, into the content, right? Because that's going to make it perform better. Relevant hashtags, relevant keywords, relevant descriptions, that is important. So that's what we're going to work on next. But yeah, if you guys are just joining us, have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's see here. Evie said, what are the steps you should be learning? Stack, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, any framework, backend, React, TypeScript, and Next. How would you do that step by step for learning? First of all, you should be learning, but start vibe coding immediately. Vibe coding is the future of software development. If you aren't doing it, I'm worried about you. Okay, so that works. That works fully. So what we need to do now is, great work. We now have this working so that it's able to grab content from a content bank. So for example, when it is set to short video, it's able to grab an appropriate video and post it. But the big problem that we're now having is that it is not properly, for example, for a video or an image, it doesn't have the context of the image or the video that it's actually posting. So this is big, important functionality that needs to actually be integrated into the publishing step natively. So we used to have this concept or the ideology that we would have to have a create metadata step, but I've actually decided that this should not be implemented because it's easier for us to just integrate the metadata creation and the processing on the publishing step itself. So I need to do an in-depth review of the logic associated with the publishing step and output a complete summary of how it's generating the metadata. And note that there are other areas in our application where we are using, like if you look at the post page, you will find that we are generating metadata with AI, and when we click generate with AI in the post page, it's able to take the transcript, it's able to transcribe the video, or it's able to review the image that's being posted or the content that's being posted, and then respectively create an accurate metadata for the platforms that it's being published to. I need to do an in-depth review of our existing system and then create a plan based off of this on how we can improve this publishing step. Does YouTube still check the name of the file being uploaded for keywords, or was that feature scrapped? That may be a thing. We might want to look that up. Yeah, Juan said skip all of that. Start making projects with what the best stack is on the market right now. Yeah. All right, well, this works, guys. Let's hit some push-ups. Let's go. All right, and pull-ups. Let's go, guys. Let's go. All Alright guys, if you have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're going to be doing a cold plunge at 300 likes. We're actually only 185 likes away if my AI brain can do the math correctly. So we're going to be going for 6 hours today, so if you guys are grinding, feel free to grind along with us. Alright. Alright, let's go to trends. Oh, it's right here. There's actually a page for it now. Okay, so why is this? I actually wanted to test something. Alright. Sound Spectre said, how's everything going so far? It's really good. We're making a ton of progress today. Like every day. Congrats on 11K. Thank you, man. Yeah. Yeah, just the beginning. We're going to easily get 100K next year, guys. This is the only beginning. This is only the beginning. 2 more days for 100. Long way. Yeah. Facts No Care said, with everything in life, pick something you want to accomplish, break it down into little bite-sized missions, and check them off one by one. Also, make sure you understand what you did. Alright. So, I think my password may be set incorrectly. Let's see. Alright, I'll check this. Okay, so I did set my EMV for data SEO, but in my email, I received it because I requested an API password. It gave me a password, but then it also gave me like an encoded base64 password. Which one do I use? Currently, which is the best models that you use? Opus 4.5, which I'm not gonna like, you know, ride the hype, but it's just the best model right now. Gemini 3 Pro work best with SEO? Well, we're not like doing SEO, we're more so we're building the integration. But why is it that, oh, it's saying that it failed? Data invalid. Post data is invalid. Here are the logs I'm seeing. Why am I getting this? Interesting. Is it safe to give access for YouTube? What do you mean? Inside of View Creator? Yes. Alright, so here's what it's saying. So add transcription model dependency to agents module, create and extract media from context helper, create a transcribed video for metadata, generate metadata for publish to use the transcript. Okay. Enable media analysis to agent entity. I want this to not be toggleable. Like, this should be a default and it should not be turned off. To be able to create accurate metadata from a video, you need to be able to have this enabled. So don't even get that an option. We'll just do it by default. But create a structured plan in a README with different phases and then begin implementing this plan. And I'm gonna add an ultra thing to this. Okay, so what's going on here? So looking at the current code, I can see the fix has already been applied. The body is now formatted correctly. Okay, on the trends page, integrate the proper logic so that I can test this feature. Mr. Cammy, what's up, man? How's it going? Redwood said, how will you handle SEO? We already do. It's pretty easy with SEMrush. Holly Ollie said, wow, it's pure vibe coding. You were able to do a full stack app. Yep. All right. Yeah, I think, you know, what the Bridgemind community is about and what the streams are about is we're proving what's possible. We're building the future. And what you guys are seeing is I think that there's a lot of people on social media that they just put out a bunch of nonsense where, let's say you have an influencer or somebody that has a platform, they'll get on a video and they'll say, guys, today we're going to be building, you know, and I don't want to even name names, but we're going to be using the best tools to be able to create this AI app, and, you know, we're going to be building an app today, and they're just sponsored advertisements, and they're filling your head with garbage and nonsense, and some of it can be helpful, and there's some people out there that I believe that are doing it the right way, but just be careful. You know, there's a lot of money in this space, and I see it. You know, I get offers from sponsors every single day, and there is a lot of money in the space, and I can tell you right now, these creators are getting paid money. So be careful who you watch. You know, like for example, if somebody is doing advertisements for like specific companies that you know have big marketing budgets, and the influencer is like pumping them, I don't know if I would listen to that person. And the thing about the Bridgemind community is that, you know, personally, I do not take sponsorships, and I don't even monetize my YouTube channel. So I want to do it differently. I want to be different, and I'm just a man on a mission. And this community is building the future. We believe that vibe coding is the future of development. And if you guys want to be a part of the cutting edge of technology, make sure you join the community. There is a link pinned in the chat as well as in the description down below. Right now, what we're working on is we're working on the media extraction method here. And then we're working on our SEO, and we're kind of combine these here in a second. But this is going to significantly improve our agentic system here. Facts No Care said, I know one dude that just sells his course over and over while using the newest AI to build the to-do list app all the time. Yeah. Yeah, Sam said the NAN and Go High Level Gurus. Yeah. Jose said, like that vibe code out guy, he is a sellout for sure. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to be a jerk on the stream just because I think that would be a bad look. But yeah, I mean, I just see it personally, and all I'll say is I don't want to call people out, be too rude, but that's not the approach that I want to take. So. And Ricky said, I've seen YouTube channels that say I'd love to be sponsored by X. Hit me up. Always a red flag. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, interesting. Note that I do never want emojis to be used in metadata. I don't want to use emojis. Omar said, I want you to ask what the AI instruction that you use. What do you mean? Hung, there's a lot of them. You guys know how it is, though. Facts, okay, that's hilarious. Thank you, Jesse Pinkman. Sam, what's up, man? Alright. Alright, is this working? So trends, So it's checking. Oh, wow, it says connected now. All right, cool. All right, so data for SEO is now connected, and the YouTube data API is connected. So, you know, what we're trying to do is we're trying to now intertwine this with what we're doing with our agents, right? So inside of publishing, there needs to be some type of, like, hey, when you're thinking about a flow, if I just want to write something up on the whiteboard here, like you have an agentic flow, right? And what it would look like is, let's say that, I think that like the first step now, like that create plan sometimes is a little bit redundant at this point, I think, like the create plan. Like I think that you can just go straight to like the content, like if you go straight to the content bank, you grab the content. How is this gonna work? I mean, we could make it so that there's a step in the agent, there's a node where it's almost like keyword research. Or, you know, this, maybe there doesn't even need it. Maybe this can just all be natively integrated, right? Like maybe there doesn't even need to be a node for keyword research because maybe this is just a step during publishing, right? Because if you want these agents to act like a human being, right, and to take the steps that an actual content creator would do. So I'll just like give you guys my workflow. Let's say that I'm posting a new video, right? Well, what I do is I create the video, like I choose the video that I'm doing, and the first thing that I do, I transcribe it, right? Because once you have the transcription, you can actually then drop it into like a Gemini, or you can drop it into ChatGPT, you can drop it anywhere you want, and then you can generate metadata based off of that, right? So I think that if we want to make this as easy as possible for the end user, why even make them specify that they want to do keyword research? Shouldn't that be something that everybody would want? Like, why would you not want to do keyword research? That's just an obvious thing that you would want to integrate. So maybe instead of creating like a step for this where it ends up being, you know, an agent step, maybe this is just built in, right? But what I want to do is I want to see like, hey, keyword research, like coding, right? What is that going to bring back? Coding languages. Wow. So look at this, guys. Wow. Wow. Hey. All right, guys, W's in the chat. This is awesome. All right. So look at this. So coding languages, coding jobs, coding certification, how to code. And this is more so, like this is more so less about tags and trends, and this is more like actual SEO. So if we look at this, what you guys see is this is more like Google SEO. So you can literally see coding language, search volume 12,000, competition is low, and then cost per click is $5, right? So if I was gonna do like vibe coding, right? Like what keywords are associated with vibe coding? Well, web dev, there's no competition, like there's no data on that. I wonder why. Found 10 keywords on SEO. Interesting. Coding. That's interesting. So is this not doing long tail? Web dev. This does not seem like it's really working that well. Topics. Fetch trending topics. Tags. Coding. So when I do that, it comes back with all these tags, videos, fetch trending videos, max results did not exist. Yeah, I don't know. There's potential, but we're gonna have to make this a lot better. We're gonna have to figure out what the nuances are there. All right, I do not want to use emojis ever. What API is that? Rob, it's data for SEO API. Clutcha said, any ideas where I can get inspiration for app ideas? I would just say anything that you're interested in personally, right? Where's that data pulled from? Yeah, data for SEO. I see copy all in a copy button for individual keywords. Can we also have selection box where we can select keywords to copy? So J35, I do think that's a good point. One thing I will say is that we're not really trying to build, I mean, we can have this, right? We can build just natively. We can make this a lot better. But the goal, what we're doing right now is we're not actually trying to make this like a dashboard that, you know, users can search up and find like topics in. Yes, we want to have this natively, probably help, but this we're just testing the integration. Maybe we should do a deep dive on the documentation for both the YouTube data API as well as data for SEO. We need to identify the best endpoints to actually be using to build features that will actually help creators and brands find trending topics, keywords, and tags that are associated with the space. So do an in-depth summary, because what I think we need is we need to build a comprehensive system that makes it incredibly easy and simple to find the best trending topics. So do an in-depth review of the documentation first before continuing forward. It's a lot different, Jesse, because if you use your API keys, so Jesse just asked a really good question. He said, guys, what is the benefit of using our own API keys from OpenAI on Cursor? How is it different from the Cursor-based plan on OpenAI? I mean, so they have that option, but the thing is that if you use just your native plan, you know, let's say I have the Cursor Ultra plan, right, or whatever it's called, or the Max plan, I'm going to get more usage out of the Max plan because I'm essentially getting subsidized versus using directly from the OpenAI API. Yeah. CCC, what's up? Also, guys, what's the like count at? Where are we at? We are at 140 likes. If we can get to 300 likes, we're going to do a cold plunge. If you guys have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Where are we at? Likewise, too. Let's do a sub check. Where are we at? All right, we're at 11,324. We're definitely, I think we get to 11,500 today, guys. 11,500. All right. All right, so this is doing, so you can, as you can see, it's going to the documentation and fetching all this, just so we can kind of figure out, hey, what do we need to do there for the metadata. All right. Okay, so now output a diagram of an agentic process and what happens on the publishing step. Yeah, it's the same in functionality. Yeah, the revenue is all revenue from BridgeMind. Yeah, we're gonna do like a quarterly report, which I think is gonna be cool. So we're gonna have a quarterly report, and what I'm gonna do is I'm basically gonna give you guys a complete breakdown on revenue, costs, expenses, losses, everything. It's gonna be cool. Alright. Oh, this looks a lot better. Make sure that it actually shows a preview of the video that was uploaded. Teeny, what's up? Or Tiny? So guys, one thing I want to do, especially since you know, a new model is coming out this week, we definitely want to check, like, hey, what's the up-to-date leaderboards? What are the best AI models? Which models should you be using? Hold up here. But yeah, so, you know, let's go check out. So right now I'm using Opus 4.5, which is by far the best model. Let's go take a look at LM Arena and see where everything stands, because OpenAI is expected to release a model this week. So here it is. So, I mean, for web dev, and this is the craziest part, is that look at how high Opus 4.5 is on this list. You know, it's crazy. So if we go to view all just for web dev here, you know, look at this. This model is way ahead, 4.5, and there's a huge gap between 4.5 and Gemini 3 Pro. Look at how far down GPT-5 is, and this shows you why, you know, OpenAI has fallen off so hard. Oh my gosh. Hold on, I'm getting a call. on. Yeah, you guys know when, like, you know, somebody just keeps on, like, bugging you and giving, like, calling you even though you don't want to talk. But back to what I was saying, you know, it's crazy because I even made an X post about it, but GPT 5.1 actually performs worse on web dev by a lot than GPT 5. So if you look at GPT 5 here, look at how far GPT 5.1 is from GPT 5. So this was like a huge screw up from OpenAI. And this is why they have their code brown situation, because, you know, Gemini 3 Pro released their model and Sam was like, hey, you know, we have this this new model. Oh my gosh. We're getting spam called right now. But they are expected to release a model on Thursday. So we'll see what they can come up with. But look at how far off they are at this point. They are just really, really far off. And that's why I don't use GPT models anymore. They're terrible. Oh my gosh. All right, guys, I'm going to have to take this. Hold on. I'm going to mute my mic so I can take this call. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Hold on. Let me mute my mic. I'll be right back, guys. Hello? Yeah. Sam. Okay, I know you're in the stream. You saw what J35 said? You heard what I said? Well, you got to make your model better. Listen, Sam, we don't care about your code brown situation. No, I don't want your money. I'm not taking your money. I don't care about the million. No, I don't want to take the money. No. Listen. Make a better model. I might use it. I might certify it, but no, I don't know. $100,000. No. I don't want your money. I would rather not use your model than take $100,000 from you. Yeah. No, you can't threaten me anymore. Your model's garbage, dude. Yeah. See ya. Alright, sorry about that, guys. We're just talking to a friend of mine. Alright, so yes, let's get back over to Claude Opus. Is there a possibility that you can share your playlist? Alright, if you guys haven't already liked the stream, make sure you do so. 300 likes, I'm going to be doing a cold plunge. But let's see here. So here is the plan that it has. So I'm going to have, alright, continue with the plan now. Completely update the code so we integrate this functionality and logic. And actor, what do you guys mean? I was just having a conversation with my friend. Alright, Opus 4.5 is so good, but it is so expensive. Not really. I mean, here's my perspective on it, alright? So if you go to the Opus pricing, let's just go to Claude pricing real quick, API. Let's go to the Claude API pricing, right? So look at this. And here's my perspective. Like when you're in this space, you will understand like the different, like from a technical perspective, how this works. So look at this. Opus 4.5, $25 for the output, $5 on the input. Yes, it's a more expensive model, yes. But the thing is, if you compare that to Opus 4.1, then you'll say, okay, they made a huge jump forward because they cut it in a third, right? So from my perspective, what that did, and this is why, like, hey, when you're in this space and you're not, hyping things up and you're just kind of telling people how it is, which I try to do with you guys, the reason that that's actually meaningful is because if I go over to my usage here for Claude, if you have the money to get a Claude plan and to get a Claude Max plan, look at my usage. And my usage, I guess this is a bad example now because I already used my plan reset last night. So I'm only at 4%. But I will say I was using Claude all week last week, and I was only using Opus 4.5, which is the most expensive model, which Opus 4.5 is more expensive than Gemini 3 Pro. It is more expensive than GPT 5.1. But if you have a max plan, you get unlimited AI at this point, at least for me. So that's just one thing to consider. I need you to significantly improve our usage and actually create meaningful, usable, user-friendly features that make it incredibly easy to use these tools. Review the API and significantly enhance it, and then update the front end respectively for the trends page respectively. Respectively. Sorry, it's a bad habit. All right, so is this working now? What's your streaming software setup? Oh, Neek, what's up, man? I use OBS and then Restream. Oh, thank you, J35. I see you. PDS said, I hear they are weekly limits now as well. Yeah, that was the weekly limit. I don't hit my weekly limit, but they're literally, you used to hit, I would hit my 4.1 usage in one day, to give you guys an example. So that, like, you know. All right, the implementation is fully complete. Okay, so let's see if this actually works this time. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go back over to Opus Clip, and we're gonna download a video, okay? We're gonna download this video right here, okay? So here's the transcript, right? And what we're gonna test is inside of View Creator, when we go over to Agents, so the first thing we do is we go over to Profiles, and we upload a new, this video to the content bank, okay? So I upload this, and this video, you can see literally, do you guys see this posted mark? So this shows that that video has been posted, and this one should be the next one to post. So watch this, I'm actually gonna delete this one, and we can do multiple, but let's just try it with this one first. Up here, what's up? Opus is practically cheaper since you burn less tokens trying to fix crappy implementations and correcting the model. Yeah, 100%. Okay, so let's go over to Agents. In this content bank test, this may fail, but to explain what we've been doing, we just made it so that on the publishing step with this agent, what it needs to do is on the publishing step, it needs to also transcribe the video so that it has the context of the video and then create the metadata based off of the actual transcript instead of just creating metadata. And honestly, I think that the plan, like, it's possible that this plan is actually causing hallucinations because you don't really need a plan anymore for this agent to run. Like, this isn't really even needed anymore. I'm gonna remove that and see how it runs. Because a plan, you don't need to plan it. The plan is already built into the agentic functionality as a whole. So let's go back. All right, so let's run this and see what it does. Look at how fast that runs, wow. So now this is running, so literally in 0 seconds it was able to find a video and post it. This is now running, published to one platform. That went fast. I don't know, that does not look like it created the transcription. Let's see. So now over on my YouTube channel, let's see, let's do a refresh and see if a video is being posted. All right, so here it is. Oh, wow. Okay. So that one actually did have the context of the video. So let's go to the details. So, all right. So like the actual video, what was it? And then this is the metadata. And we can improve this, but this was the video that I uploaded.
This project, let's just replicate. This project, it's open source. I have it here. I want to give it for everyone to have it for free. Maybe some people can use it in their day-to-day work. The next project I want to show you, it's also, I made it to help my work. I couldn't find a media converter that will change your files from one type to another type without paying or without having limitations.
All right, so if you guys read the metadata now, you'll notice that that's actually pretty accurate. Also, guys, just as a reminder, we are doing a cold plunge. If we can get to 300 likes, we're more than halfway there. So if you guys are just tuning in, you haven't already liked and subscribed, let's do a quick sub check. 11,333. I think we can get to 11,500 subs today, guys. So we're gonna be going for 6 hours. We're just getting started. Plenty of progress left. So you guys, if you guys are grinding with me, let's keep going. So that did work. Let's make this video private because I want to make this better. So open source media converter, convert files, and did it automatically set the category? That should be science and technology. Perfect. Look at the tags. It even set tags. Wow, look at the tags that it set. You see this, guys? So it set tags. Now the only thing that we need to do is it's not doing hashtags. And I think that this is where we do need to think about the CTA logic. Hold on. Let's hit some push-ups, guys. I'm like yawning and stuff, so let's stand up. And this is why we do the push-ups, guys. We do it so we can keep the energy flowing. Let's get it. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go. All right, chat. So I need you to do an in-depth review of this because it is not doing any hashtags. Why is this the case? I just tested it and no hashtags were included. Woo. All right, I'm gonna go to the restroom and grab some juice real quick. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I'll be right back, guys. Let's go. All right, I'm back. Let's go. I'm back, chat. Yeah, I'm not even in front of the computer. Jay Ash, what's up, man? Also, guys, just as a reminder, I mean, we're hitting a cold plunge at 300 likes, so I'm getting nervous. I got OJ. Protein bar. A cold plunge is where you have like a tank that's filled with freezing cold water, and you jump in it, and it's like literally freezing. Yeah. Is there a way to give Claude access to the DOM for front-end stuff directly on your local host? Yeah, you can use like, if you mean like to actually see what it looks like, you can use an MCP like Playwright MCP. Okay, let's actually see how this looks on mobile. I think we were working on that yesterday. That looks better. Let's go. All right. Imperium X, I use Whisperflow. Dennis, we're going to do a quarterly report for the revenue and the costs, but right now, revenue's low, costs are high, but it's all good. That's why you invest into a business. You're going to lose some money at the start usually, but then over time, make it profitable. All right, so Content Bank, this is really good functionality. And what I want to do is I want to now, while we're waiting on this agent to create, because I think we're getting close here, which this is good to test now the trends analysis. So analyze topic, compare trending. So get topics, get videos. It's like science and technology. Is Sam said they got a Whisperflow subscription because of you, and now I can't live without it. Let's go, man. JS, I'll have to check it out. All right, AI. What tags are related to AI? AI ASMR? That's a thing. Joshua, what do you mean? All right, so AI fantasy. Oh my gosh, people are getting kinky with this. AI fantasy, AI shorts, AI ASMR. What is with all this AI ASMR? What even is that? Yeah, what is that? AI fantasy. What's that, chat? What are you guys looking up? AI girlfriend? Where's that? No way. Is AI girlfriend in this list? No. Nah. Alright, compare. Vibe coding. Oh, I see here. Okay. So we literally have to enter multiple. So AI coding, vibe coding. Yeah, Joshua, I like that idea. Also, if you guys are watching and have not already liked and subscribed, we're going to be doing a cold plunge at 300 likes. Right now we're 172. So we're getting close. Oh, wow. Check this out, guys. So it says that it's at 90, excellent opportunity, monthly searches, 550,000. AI vibe coding AI. So much competition in the market for this. Programming, software development, ChatGPT. Top videos. Oh my gosh, what the heck? What did I just click? All right, subscribe for more coding tips. How does that have anything to do with coding? Subscribe for more coding tips. Subscribe for more coding tips. And then it's just, what was this supposed to be? A hot teacher? Yeah, this is what people are watching these days. 38 million views on this one. So, Candy Crush. I mean, we just need to start making some brain dead content. I mean, 38 million views. How do we a million likes? Jeez. Interesting. What about this one? I've actually seen some of these videos, which is a funny thing. Click on AI ASMR. I don't think it does anything. I think it just copies it to clipboard. But the reason that we're doing this is I'm trying to see if we can build some type of service that we could then add as a step into our agent. Do you guys see what I'm doing? So like using this like trending, like tags, coding. Like for example, if our agent was able to intuitively do a search and get the trending hashtags, the problem is that, you know, coding is very generic. What about AI coding? Artificial intelligence, programming, coder, programmer. I mean, this is helpful. Interesting. And it's completely different for each of these countries. Is that the deal? No, I think that's weird. Yeah, brain dead content. Yeah. This takes a long time to get back all the information. When I do just coding, it takes a minute for it to come back. Alright, so this isn't really working quite the way that we want it. Okay, so I need you to think, okay, this is what we were talking about here. So calls to action, if you guys remember at the start of the stream, we were kind of thinking about this. So call to action is, hey, when you have your metadata, whether that's a caption on Instagram or Facebook or TikTok, or it's a description on YouTube, we need to start thinking through calls to action, okay? And what this will do is this will make it so that the metadata that we create that is being created for like a description or a caption or whatever it is going to use a call to action. And I think that a call to action, there should be multiple calls to action to choose from that are associated with a brand profile or a profile. So you can see that we posted this one, but inside of a profile, it would be good to add something associated with like different calls to action so that when it's going to create, like you can see here, hashtags. So if you guys remember, like hashtags can be easily set at the profile. Smith said, you really give me motivation to start something on my own. Let's go, man. Yeah, I've used vidIQ before. So vibe coding, AI coding, future of coding, AI development, coding education, tech learning. So to some extent, when we are using a profile, it needs to be able to, like what I've found is if you're using this like similar keywords, if you're using similar hashtags, if you're using similar calls to action, and then you just change up the description based on what the actual content is, but you keep those things kind of consistent, then your content is going to perform better. So what I'm thinking about is, yes, we could integrate a step that does the keyword research where it's able to do the keyword research, but I don't know how long or how effective that would actually be. So maybe all that's needed is to set it at the profile level once, and then to be reflexive in your approach, and you don't even necessarily need a trend search. I mean, it would be nice if we could polish that up and actually make it useful, but right now, we may just want to improve profiles. You should add basic analytics for tags like volume, potential reach, yeah. Okay, so I now need you to do an in-depth review of the profile entity in, we're going to do the at View Creator API, at View Creator Database, and then we're also going to do at View Creator Creator UI. I need you to review this because I want to add in the ability for users to add in calls to action inside of their profile. And what we will end up doing is that inside of the agentic functionality, when it's creating and publishing, it will be able to look at the profile and see these calls to action and see the prompts that are being used. So for example, it would use a specific CTA based off of what the context of the post actually was. This is going to cause an issue. So what I'm thinking about is on our publishing step, this is where metadata is being created. This is where videos are being transcribed or images are being reviewed. Oak said, do you ignore? I didn't see your question, bro. No, okay, sorry, I totally missed your question. What is your question? I don't even see a question from you, bro. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't see a question from you. Just let me know your question, man. I'm sorry. I do my best to engage. All right, so the context of the post actually was the user would need to have the ability to turn or toggle this on or off based on what they actually want to do. So right now, you know, for this publish content post, there is a lot of functionality and things that are being handled now at this publish step. So for example, one step is it can transcribe the video or it can review the image that was generated so that it knows and has the context of it. But we also now want to add in this logic of a call to action in being able to toggle on a specific call to action so that the metadata or the post content that's actually created ultimately has a call to action in it. Review this structure in depth and create a potential plan that we could use for these updates, because we will want to add the ability to add different calls to action in a profile. And then on the agent side, the reason that we're doing this is because we would then want to be able to have the ability to connect that to the publishing step while an agent is running, so that it knows what call to action to actually use. So this helps. So for example, if I'm posting on TikTok, but I'm posting on clips of the Birdmine YouTube channel, I want the link back to the YouTube channel. Does that make sense? So we'll do an ultra think on that. That was a longer prompt. Okay, so let's see the chat. All right, so Smith said, did you quit your 9-to-5 job and build something of your own? Aren't you afraid of running out of money? I'm not afraid. I've invested a certain amount of money in this business, and I will reevaluate once that money is gone and see what needs to be done. As you guys know, I've invested $30,000 into the business myself, and right now we've lost about $3,500 of that. So we still have plenty of money left, and you know, I put that amount of money in there to kind of give me about a specific runway, so that I am free to be able to do what I want, be smart with that money, be a good steward of it. And then at the end of that, if we get to the end of that, I would love for that to be the only capital investment that I actually put into the company. But when we get to the end of that, if we burn through all that capital, then I'll reassess and think through, okay, what needs to be done now. But right now, we're doing pretty good. I'm keeping costs very, very low, and I'm being smart with it. So that's what that looks like. But yes, this is my full-time job. Tanthian. Okay, so okay asked, it was this, don't you think using Firebase or anti-gravity with Google One Ultra model is better because Gemini 3.0 is better at front end and thinking? I mean, that's, I mean, some people think it's better at front end. I think there's some use cases, like, I would say that you can't just say Gemini 3 is better at front end, period, right? Like, there's some cases where Gemini 3 has done a terrible job for me on the front end, but Opus 4.5 did a great job, right? Right now, I do think that Opus 4.5 is the best model. So, I mean, I think it's whatever works for you. Whatever works best for you is always what I'll kind of suggest. Yeah, I'm not really looking for a thumbnail designer. Imperium X said, how is the business so far? Here's my perspective on it. So, as you guys know, this is my third, like, serious startup. And you know, it gives me a lot of perspective on where things should be at certain stages, right? And we have made, this is definitely by far the most progress that I have made in this amount of time with a startup. Compared to my other startups, this one is much further along and developed when comparing them. And I have a lot of big plans for what we're gonna do in 2026 with Birdmind and with View Creator, and this is only the beginning. We're not like, hey, revenue at this stage. I mean, sometimes you can expect, hey, if you're doing this, you might not make revenue for the first 6 months, you know, and that's normal. So, you know, we've got a small amount of revenue, which helps offset some of the bleed. But like I said, you know, I put a capital investment into the company expecting to lose it. If we don't lose it, that would be great. If we do lose it, we'll reassess. Birdmind is not going to go anywhere. We're going to be able to reassess, and whether that ends up looking like putting additional capital into the company, going out to get VCs, or getting out to go get angel investors, I think that we'll have a product that will attract a lot of investors if needed. Jamal Devs asked, how was your past experience? Like, what kind of jobs did you have, and or am I doing this part-time? No, so I'm doing this full-time, and I've been doing startups full-time for about 3 years now. All right, so this one's thinking. This here, so would you review the logic of the brand profile or the profile and weigh and look through a potential plan of how heavy we should be weighting the hashtags and the other information? Also, like, these brand profiles are actually really important. So this is almost like the context truth for a lot of different areas. So for example, you know, when I'm going to create an agent, when I click new agent, I'm prompted with, hey, what type of content do I want to create? Let's say it's a single image. I do, hey, these target platforms, these target accounts, run once or set reoccurring. I'm going to run them once. But then here, it's very interesting because you can set a brand profile at the head of the agent configuration, right? And I think what's interesting about this is once we set BridgeMind as the brand profile of the agent configuration, this then has access to all of the content bank. It has access to the description. It has access to all of this, right? So I think the question that we need to ask ourselves is, hey, should we make it a requirement to link an agent to a profile, right? I think that's important. No, MRR is around $400. How did you decide between going full-time? I am in a similar journey, building for the last 37 days, just not recording. Well, the thing is, and I talk about this a lot, is that I was doing this full-time before I turned on the camera. So for me, I think it's interesting, and I think that you guys get a sense of it too. But I did not come and start doing this thinking I want to build like a huge audience. That was never my intention. It still is not my intention. I don't want to be a content creator, so that's like kind of where I'm at. I was doing this though. I was doing exactly what you guys are seeing, building, vibe coding. I was doing it way before I turned on the camera. So, it makes it really, really easy for me to go full time because it's like, hey, I was doing this exact same thing for years, literally years before I started doing this. So, all right. So here's the profile. The brand voice and target audience are not being configured. Let's take a look at the table here for this. I just want to review it real quick. So if we go to profiles here, I just want to take a look at the table. So user ID, name, description, brand voice, website URL, audience description, hashtags, social handles, create that, update that, logo, primary color, secondary color, persona label, niche focus, audience age range, audience top locations, audience interest, audience stats, content pillars, preferred collaboration notes, assets. Okay. Interesting. All good, Ralph. Here you go. We're building viewcreator.ai. Has over 1,000 users. All right. So one thing I do notice is what's up with the what's up with this? Target audience and brand voice aren't even being set anymore. We're gonna have to make some updates to the entity. Thanks, Super Combo. Yeah, if you guys have not already joined the Discord community, make sure you do so. Also, we are at 194 likes. At 300 likes, I'm going to do a cold plunge. So if you guys haven't already liked the stream, make sure you do so. That's awesome, XS. Congrats. All right, so let's see here. SRC. Okay, go to profile. All right, so what's up with this? Profile asset. You like the music? This is from a channel that I made that's just all AI music. So I made the music that you guys are listening to. Here you go. All right. All right, let's launch another agent here. Review the profile entity in depth and output all of the columns that are related to, let's say, a creator. So for example, there's some columns that are about like an audience or like niche, and I want you to output all the columns associated with this. We need to make some changes to the profile entity today, so I want you to do a complete breakdown of each column, output a complete diagram. What's the difference between pages and modules? Can you show? Well, modules are... Oh, I don't know what you mean by your question. Modules, like my modules in Nest, pages are front end, modules are back end. Yeah, it's copyright free. This is the next step. All right, content strategy. I want you to do an in-depth review and make sure you also add in things like the content type items. Profiles are getting more and more important because this acts as basically the main context for context engineering throughout the application. So when users are actually using different AI tools inside the application, this acts as context when we are doing context engineering. So I need you to do an in-depth review and identify things that we can remove. So for example, audience age range. Is this really something that we need, or audience top locations? So for example, hey, how would we know this and why does it matter? Audience interests, how would we know this? Why does it matter? And then audience stats, how would we get this? Why does it matter? So for example, I think some of these things can be removed. So I just need you to do an in-depth review and tell me which things that you suggest to remove and then potential things that you would suggest to actually add. Yeah, this is deployed. It has over 1,000 users. All right. All right, let's get the desk up, guys. Let's move up. Let's hit some push-ups and pull-ups, guys. Let's go. What app allows you to do speech to text to your terminals? Whisperflow. All right. Output what this table looks like. Output the code that you suggest for the entity. All right, let's get it, guys. Let's go. What's up, Ahmed? What's good? We're working on viewcreator.ai. All right, so here's the potential table that we're talking about. Call to action. So obviously, it's gonna have a foreign key to profiles. Name, description, type, main CTA text. What is type? CTA type? Interesting. CTA type. Platforms. Oh, that's interesting. Platform filter. Content type filter. Interesting. Okay, great, but could you make it more simple? For example, I want this to be for MVP. We don't need to make it super complex. Make it very, very simple. For example, metadata could probably be removed. All right, let's go, chat. Emoji usage. Example content language. Yeah, look up View Creator. There's a link in the description as well. Okay. All right, so now it's simplified it to ID, profile ID, name prompt is default. That made it too simple. You just made it too simple. Try again. Yeah, I hate the emojis. Alright, online presence. Website URL, social handles, this is good. Alright, so profile ID, name, type prompt, short prompt. I have not, no. I have not run into the client-side issues there. Alright, Alright, also guys, just as a reminder, we're doing a cold plunge at 300 likes. Also, we are shooting for 11,500 subscribers today, so if you guys are watching, have not already liked and subscribed, what are you doing? Let's go! Alright, profile ID. I don't think there's a need for a short prompt. I don't think that CodeRabbit is decent. For like, it's for a different purpose than if you just normal code review. I don't think there's really a need for short prompt. Great, I now need you to review. TikTok is still not available yet. Okay, this looks good. Output a plan to hand off to another AI that is going to actually create it. Your plan should be basically a handoff prompt that summarizes this. Yeah, the handoff prompt. Yeah, the TikTok API integration requires approval, and it does take like a couple weeks. I'm 23. The handoff prompt should just be about the entity. Don't worry about anything else yet. I don't believe in education, Ahmed, so I can't really give you a good perspective on that. I don't believe in like classical education. I think it's a scam. If you want to learn something, just start doing it. Start creating things, start building. That's the best way to learn, in my opinion. But that's just me. Make it a README file so I can actually pass it in. Let's go, chat. Alright, where we at? Where we at? How many? Alright, cool. We've only been streaming for 2 hours and 43 minutes, so we're not even like halfway into the stream, guys. We're gonna go on for 6 hours today. Also, we're about to do a cold plunge. We can get to 300 likes. We're only, what is it? Guys, we're literally only like less than 90 likes away. Let's go. Super combo. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Alright, so I just did a README. It should also create this entity in the API as well. Create an actual README. Don't just output your handoff prompts. You are to create this new entity as well as update the profile entity. Before you update any code, you need to create an in-depth README with your plan with different phases of this update. You are to create migrations using the commands followed by all goodbye. All right, sure. Review in depth and then create a structured plan. Nick said that college education is totally useless. Sometimes they might teach you things you don't learn anywhere else, but most of it is a scam. Yes, teach yourself. All right, Ultra think on that. Yeah, I've updated that. Thank you. Thank you, Laughing Whales. All right, while this runs, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're going to be going for 6 hours, so I'll be right back, guys. All right, chat, I'm back. I'm back. All right. All right, let's lower the desk down. All right, so something that I want to do, I think we're going to have a little bit of time before the cold plunge. Hamza, what's up? How's it going? How many likes are we at? We are at 212 likes. If you guys have not already liked the stream, make sure you do so. Cold plunge at 300. But something that I want to do on this stream is we are working on this agentic functionality. Okay, so if you guys are just tuning in, you know, the main goal of this stream is that we want to make it so that we can upload content to a content bank. So for example, I can upload content here, and you can even see that this does work. We've posted 2 of these already automatically. Cams, what's up, man? So what we need to do is we want to create a new channel called BridgeMine Clips, okay? And the reason that we're integrating this call to action, the reason that we're building out the profile entity is because at the end of this stream, we're gonna have it so that we have a new channel called BridgeMine Clips on YouTube. We can create Instagram content as well, but those are a little bit harder to do since you have to do a Facebook and an Instagram, because it has to be an Instagram business account. So we'll just focus on YouTube for today. And we're gonna make it so that we can upload content to a content bank, and then it's able to automatically go in, find content in the content bank that hasn't been posted, post it with respective metadata and calls to action and hashtags. So while this is working, this has a structured plan. So I don't know how I feel about this. It wants 7 new fields. Sample writing for AI voice matching, that's just not needed. So according to your plan, output what the table is going to look like for the profile table, as well as the call to action table and the content item table. They're all very important. So output the tables. Just for me to see visually. Motto, what's up? All right. Camp said nothing much, building out emails. I see you're doing a cold plunge at 300. Let's go, man, yeah. All right. So while this is working, let's pull up. Okay, so here's what this is gonna look like. All right. Ahmed, I pretty much just started building and then iterating. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Bridgemine is an experienced dev. Oh, appreciate it, Offer John. Yeah, I've been programming for about 3 years. All right, so there's a couple things I like, couple things that I don't like about this. Content bank is good. I mean, this doesn't have to be perfect, so maybe we should just build and stop worrying about it being perfect. I'm just looking at the profiles. There's a couple things I don't like that it added new. So just stuff like the tone keywords, avoid topics, emoji usage, example content, visual style, content language, and then call to action style. I just don't want this to overcomplicate what we're doing. So, you know, if we go to profiles, hey, what we have now connected to profiles is like, hey, you have a website URL, a brand logo, brand name, description, primary color, secondary color, brand voice, target audience, hashtags, brand assets, content bank, and then connected accounts, right? So that's, and also social links. So it's a lot, right? And we're also gonna add on top of this the idea of calls to action that you'll be able to set. So I wanna be careful as to not add too much. So when they're talking about adding, you know, tone keywords, avoid topics, emoji usage, example content, visual style, content language, it's like, it's a lot, right? So, but it is removing, yeah, that makes sense. Profile, so it's removing 9, adding 7. Look at this. Jeez. I think the columns that you're adding, like tone keywords, avoid topics, emoji usage, example content, visual style, content language, and call to action style, they're a little bit excessive. I don't know. I think that's just too much configuration for the user. You know, we already have a call to actions table where they'll be able to set up their calls to action. Why does there need to be a call to action style, right? So there's just a couple things I don't necessarily like. So what I want you to do is I want you to take a look at this, and I want you to make it so that you're not overcomplicating profiles by adding things like avoid topics or emoji usage. Like right now, we're just kind of taking the stance that emojis shouldn't be used. So let's just not worry about that now. So don't use tone keywords or avoid topics or emoji usage or example content or visual style or content language or call to action style. Let's not worry about that yet. Let's just clean up the profile entity as I instructed you to do by removing those columns. Let's not add in all these additional columns, but do another in-depth review, rethink your approach, and then come back to me with the updated entity relationship diagram based on these specifications. All right. So brand voice, like that was my point with like, hey, just what we're talking about. Hey, brand voice is enough. You don't need to add in the tone as well. because we want to make it user-friendly. We don't need to add in excessive. Yeah, Claude does love the emoji usage, but I'm just defaulting to not use emojis. So these are yeah, these are being removed. Niche focus, content pillars. All right. Great, I now want you to update the README with the complete plan with these updates created. Also, guys, we have 140 people watching. If you guys are not yet liked and subscribed, we are doing a cold plunge today at 300 likes, and we're trying to get to 11,500. Let's do a quick sub check. Where are we at? So last time we checked, it was 11,600. So we gained 10 subs. Appreciate you guys for all the support. I think we can get to, I mean, a week ago. Where were we at a week ago? We were at 1 week ago. We were at 9,800. So we've gained 1,500, or what is that? Yeah, I mean, my AI brain. Sorry, guys. 1,500, I think, about. Wow. Appreciate all the support, guys. Thank you. The voice input is whisper flow. Alright, so I'm going to create this new YouTube channel, because what we're going to do is, so switch account, so add account. I remember doing this a while ago. Alright, so watch this, guys. So check this out. So these are all my channels, right? So I have View Creator Marketing, View Creator Channel, Bridge Music AI, View Creator, Bridge Mind. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a new channel. And this channel is going to be called Bridge Mind Clips. The handle is just going to be Bridge Mind Clips. Bridge Mind Clips. And we will upload... let's just upload the BridgeMind logo. Oops. Transparent background. And what we're going to do is we're going to basically create a mechanism where we're just going to be able to post clips like crazy. Hold on here, from the computer. Alright, whatever, it's fine. Create channel. You guys get the gist. Alright, so we now have a new channel. Alright, BridgeMine Clips. Okay, so this is a new channel. So I'm going to switch to this channel. Alright, BridgeMine Clips. So what we're going to be able to do now is once we're actually finished with this functionality, you know, what we're doing is we're going to be able to make use of this immediately because we're going to set an agent that's going to be able to have access to this content library, and then it'll be able to automatically post clips based on what's in the content library. And this is not on the main channel. So we'll be able to create like 5 to 10 of these. And then the reason that we're doing the calls to action is because I want in the calls to action of all those videos to be something that links back to the main channel. Do you guys understand? So that's what we're doing. So let's do customize channel. And can I change this to be a little bit better? Yeah. Jeez, Google could not have done a worse job on this React component. So only black. My pronouns, they want my pronouns, interesting. All right. So this is going to be shorts only. And here is what the channel looks like. Okay. All right, let's now continue forward with the plan. Or wait, actually, let's start a complete fresh chat because this one is about to compact, so. So let's do profile and CTA. Review this plan in complete depth and then begin implementing the plan. Update the README as you go. So I'm using another agent now to implement this plan. I'm also going to drop in just the context of each project. It knows this, right? But just, you know, just to make sure it's a database and then also the Critter UI. And then I will do Ultra Think on it as well. Let's go. Okay. Everybody tracking? Bridge maxing, let's go. Anthropic just donated MCP to the Agentic AI Foundation. All right, so we now have this set up, and what I can do now is I can actually go over to BridgeMind. Alright, so it's creating this. Create migration. So I do want to do something differently here. I want you to generate migrations by running make sure that you run an npm run migration run before running a generate, just to make sure that the project is properly up to date. All right, guys, so how many likes are we at? We're at, what are we passing, 250? Because we're doing a cold plunge at 300 likes. Right now, we're 247, so we're only 53 likes away from a cold plunge, guys. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Now it's 51. Let's go, guys. Might have to change into the swim trunks here soon. All right, there we go. So it's updating the entities now, which is great. Also, we're only 14 subscribers away from 11,400, which is crazy. The project sharing event went well. Aperium said that today one of his junior devs stopped Redis server, and guess what? Whole data flow stopped and got notified. Yeah, it's tough. All right, hold on, guys. All right, we need to run a couple agents right now. Pro Tyson, I use Claude. Sorry guys, I'm a little bit locked in right now if you guys can't tell. Yeah, vibe coding, there's a skill to vibe coding. You know, I think that there's a different workflow to vibe coding than there is for coding. But ultimately, with the trajectory of the technology, what's very interesting is that these tools will get to the point where they are, you know, just much better to use these workflows and to vibe code instead of coding in general. I think that coding will be non-existent within 5 years, which is crazy. But you can see that from the trajectory of the technology, that's pretty much the case. I mean, if you look even the last 3 years, you think about another 5 years, it's crazy. Linux, what's up, Linux? By the way, I haven't seen you yet today, so it's good to see, man. He said vibe coding is not hard per se, but there is a skill to it. Helps to know the basics 100%. Edge said, do you have any resource or recommendations for the best agentic setup, etc.? Hold on here. Yeah, so I can just, you know, I think that everybody has a workflow that works for them. So I can't really give you like, this is the best or not the best. But what I will say is that what I use personally is I use Cursor as my main agent, and then I have a fallback agent of Claude Code. I love Cursor because Cursor, it gives you like so many things inside of the same place. It gives you, it's an IDE with agents built in, so you manage all your agents over here. But the thing is that Cursor is very expensive. So Cursor, they integrate with these different models. So with Cursor, I can use Gemini 3 Pro, I can use Composer 1, I can use Opus 4.5, I can use GPT 5.1. I can use all these different models, and then I can also use things like browser tools, all these great things. But then the issue is that it's just really expensive. So if I used Cursor throughout the entire month, I would rack up a massive bill. It would literally probably be over $1,000 a month, right? But what I do is I use Cursor, and then I actually switch over to use Claude Code. Because with Claude Code, if I go to my usage, you pretty much, with the $200 plan, you pretty much get unlimited AI usage. I mean, I've been using Claude Code all day, and I've only used 7%, right? So you have to kind of weigh what works for you, what makes sense for your budget. I would say that, you know, with a Codex plan, you're going to get a lot of usage, but it's not really the best model. With a Claude Code Max plan, you're pretty much going to get unlimited AI. I don't take any sponsors, so I feel like you know, I have a good perspective, but there's also things that I don't know, right? That you guys do know, where you're like, oh, I use this. Like a lot of people, I think it was Hung, I don't know if he's still here, but Hung earlier in the stream was like, hey, you know, I use Warp because it's much better. So actually, you know, we're gonna be testing Warp out in this stream. I've been hearing a lot about it, and I've never had a chance to try it. So I'm gonna be trying it in this stream after we hit our cold plunge. We're only 48 likes away, or 38 likes away. So looks like the cold plunge is coming up, guys. I'm gonna have to get my swim trunks on. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I'm live every single day. I don't take days off. But we're the Birds Mind community is growing, guys. If you haven't already joined the Discord, make sure you do so. We're up to over, what are we at, 1,300 something? Let me give a quick shout out to some new members, by the way. Let's see here. Shout out to Davin, Delazika, and Husnain. Welcome, guys. Strawberry browser. Neek says that he uses Warp for the CLI. I don't really use the AI. I never seen the CLI flicker inside of Warp, so that's a big plus right there. Yeah. What plan do I use in Claude Code? I have the max plan. It pretty much is unlimited AI. But this is the main agent that we're working on. So, like I said, what I did, and what's really interesting is that in this stream, you're going to see it go end to end. But what we're doing is I just created a new YouTube channel called Bridgemine Clips, okay? And I'm going to drop a link to this just so that you guys can see as we go along today. But what we're going to be doing is we have agentic functionality inside of View Creator. And if I go over to agents here, and it looks like I'm going to have to refresh our tool here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to have to refresh. Okay, hold on. So check this out, guys. Let's refresh this. All right, we are 33 likes away from a cold plunge, guys. I'm getting nervous. All right. So if you guys check this out, in our agents functionality, what we've done, and there's like a very interesting use case for this, okay? So we've built the idea of a content bank and then the ability to automatically publish content, okay? So with this, like if I go to, edit here, what you guys are gonna see is the breakdown of this Imperium. I'll check the, let me see. Yeah, actually, I think that's a good idea. Yeah, let's go here. So this is what this agent looks like. So it has a content bank step and then a publish step. And you might say, look, what's a content bank, right? Well, a content bank, if I go over to my profiles, and this is what we're working on right now, is over in profiles, I can upload as much content as I want to one of these content banks. So I go to my content bank, you can see that this says posted, and that's because that content has already been posted, okay? So what that means is, hey, this content cannot be reposted. We'll make this even better where it's like platform specific. But what we're gonna do on this stream and get to the point where we can actually execute this is we have this new channel, right? And on this channel, we're going to be able to post, we're going to upload a ton of clips to a content bank, and then we're going to turn on an agent that's able to wake up 10 times a day and post clips to this channel. So what do you guys think about Lovable? I know that there's some people in our community that use it, but I would recommend that you join the Discord. There's a lot of people that use it. All right. All right, 29 likes until we have to do a cold plunge. I'm getting nervous. Oh, Synthetic, sorry, I missed your question. He said, in theory, someone could build your product via vibe coding, which undermines your product, right? Since anyone with basic system design knowledge would be able to recreate it as well. I mean, I don't know. I think it'd be challenging, but yeah. I mean, I think that begs the question. It's like, hey, I can go build a clipping agent, and all sorts of people are building clipping agents, right? But is your clipping agent going to be Opus Clip? Probably not, right? Yeah, facts no care. That's exactly what I was thinking. He said, in theory, you can recreate any project. Well said. What is my system and what Claude sub am I using? I'm using the Claude Max plan, and my system is, I mean, that's a kind of a broad question. Yeah, that's very true. All right. Wow, so this is already done. This is a big update here, because once we get this, we'll be able to test this, which is perfect, because it looks like we're going to do a cold plunge here in a minute. What AI are you using? This is Claude. Suhag, let's go. I'm not using a VPS, no. DeepSeek is not it. Alright, so let's get updated, or what's up here? What do I host my website with? AWS. Perfect. All right, guys, 24 likes away from a cold plunge. Let's go. I'm about to get chilly. Yeah, I have to pay for AWS. Yeah, see you, Synthetic. Have a good one. It's pretty expensive to host on AWS. Alright, this is still building. Alright, 20 likes away. Let's hit some push-ups, guys. It's almost done, too, so this is perfect timing, because we'll be able to come back and test all this after the cold plunge. The mind will be refreshed. Let's go. go. Pull-ups too. Go chat. All right, 18 likes away. All right, so build verification is good. So we should be able to build this, test it here. Let's go reset. Yeah, AWS does have free credits. It's nice. Okay. Edit. Cool. All right, so this should be good. These. What happened? What's your flow? These front end pages. AWS always has free credits for startups. Alright, hold up here. Got it. Alright guys, 14 away, let's go. Max, what's that? Mistral AI? News? Is there a new model? Thanks, Linux. Let's go. If you guys are just tuning in, we're only 12 likes away from 300, and we're gonna have to do a cold plunge. I'm getting nervous. I'm already shaking. Okay, new model. Alright, new model, what is it? Also, later in this stream, we're gonna have to, oh wow, okay. Oh, this is free right now. DevStroll 2 2512. It's totally free right now. Once we do this cold plunge, I feel like we should try this. JMD said, I need a cold plunge, I'm tired AF, yeah. Tyler said, low-key, proud to see you grind this hard. Many people tap out at the first time of momentum loss, issues, hard tasks. Good job. Keep it up, man. Appreciate it, bro. Yeah, I mean, you guys know my mindset. It's like, hey, written on the board behind me. I was talking about it this morning, but the phrase of the day is the first layer of fatigue. And you may ask yourself, what is the first layer of fatigue? That's kind of like not self-explanatory, right? And I actually read it in a book. And what the first layer of fatigue is it's what separates you from greatness. Because if you're trying to do something, if you're working towards a mission, it is not going to go exactly how you pictured it in your mind, right? You have, like, when you start getting on something, right, you get started, you have this rosy picture of how it's going to work, how you're going to make it, how you're going to be successful. And what ends up happening along the way is it usually ends up being much more difficult than you first anticipated. And the thing that you have to ask yourself is you have to be thinking that, hey, when that first layer of fatigue comes, when it starts to get really hard, like really hard, are you going to give up? Are you going to stop? Or are you going to continue further, right? And once you get past that first layer of fatigue, greatness awaits you. Don't forget that. All right, guys, we're 8 likes away from 8 likes away from a cold plunge. But yeah, we're probably going to try that new model. Shout out to Max. Appreciate you, man. I hope you're feeling good, by the way. So let's see. So the build succeeds. So these are now updated. So we'll try this after the cold plunge. So content bank. I'm not seeing this updated. I'm not seeing the new fields. Oh, it's because we didn't add any fields, did we? All right, guys, 7 likes away from 300. Let's go. We're about to hit it. We're gonna have to do a cold plunge. I better get my swim trunks on. All right. Also, how many subs are we at? Do we get 11,400? Let's go, guys. We're gonna hit 11,500 subscribers today. Let's get it. We're only 7 likes now, 5 likes away from 300. We're gonna get there. Let's go, chat. So I'm gonna have to get the FBI cam, and we're gonna go to my garage. We're gonna hit a cold plunge, get re-energized, and then we're literally gonna be, for the second half of the stream, I mean, we're gonna get this working, right? And what we're gonna do is, we've been building for, how long have I been streaming? I'm pretty sure I'm just getting started, right? Yeah, we're only 3.5 hours in, so we're just getting started for the day. We're gonna be going for at least 6 hours today, and we're gonna hit this cold plunge. We're gonna get a ton of energy, and then this functionality that we've been working on for the first few hours of the stream, I believe will be totally ready to test on this new BridgeMine Clips channel. So if I show you guys this, we just set it up together on stream, but BridgeMine Clips, if you guys want to go to this channel, what we're about to do is we're going to create an agent that is able to automatically create posts from a content bank, okay? So it's going to be able to post to this automatically without me having to do anything. All I have to do is upload some content to the content bank, and it's going to be able to automatically do this. All right, the build passes. All right. All right, better descriptions. Okay, perfect. All right, guys, we're 1 like away. Check this out. All right, we need 2 more likes. 2 more likes, and we're at 300. I'll change into the swim trunks. Let's get it. What model am I using? I'm using Claude Opus 4.5. All right, so let's test this real quick. So if I go to, let's go back. So let's do create new profile, create with AI, and let's just drop in bridgemine.ai. Perfect. All right, let's do next, create profile. All right, perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Amazing, let's go. All right, shoot. All right, we're at 300 subs or 300 likes. So let's change into the swim trunks, guys. Let's get it. Also, I do want to do one thing that I just realized. Yeah, we're good. All right, so I'll change here. All right, guys, time for a cold plunge. Let's get it. Let's get it. All right. So I'm gonna change real quick, and then I'll be right back. Let's hit some push-ups and some pull-ups, and then I'll change in my swim trunks, and we'll go downstairs. We'll do a cold plunge. Guys, W's in the chat. Let's go. go, chat. Time to get re-energized. You guys ready? Got the swim trunks. All right, we're taking chat with us. Hold on here, let me pull it off my phone. Oh, echo chamber? All right, time to plunge, guys. All right, can you guys hear me? Oh wait, that's definitely echoing. Sorry. All right, sorry about that. Echo chamber there, fixed it. All right, let's go. Echo chamber, my bad. All right, there we go. All right, that should be good. All right, let's get it. All right, so here's what I'm looking at. Here's the setup. All right. All right, let's go, chat. All right, we're about to do the cold plunge. Thanks for 300 likes. Here we are. Garage reveal. All right. Yeah, I did this yesterday. It looked all right. All right. Is that good? I'll get it. This is the cold plunge, guys. All right, guys, I can see the chat. Let's go. Just want to make sure that in view. All right. All right, we got, it's 43 degrees today. All right, 43 degrees. I'm gonna go for 2 minutes. W's in the chat. This is what we do to get re-energized, guys, because the grind doesn't stop. Let's go. Set a timer for 2 minutes. All right, let's go, chat. Woo. cold. All right, let's go, guys. Let's get it. Back to grinding. All right, I am up and refreshed. Let's go, chat. W's in the chat. The grind doesn't stop. This is just the beginning. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I'm shivering, but it's all right. Let's get back upstairs and get back to the grind, guys. We got to get back to coding as soon as possible. All right. Back to the lab. Here we are. Woo. All right, hold up. All right, hold on, guys. All right, there we go. All right, we're back. What's up? What'd you guys think of the plunge? W's in the chat. Let's go. All right, hold on. Let me check chat real quick. All right, hold on. Let's pull up the chat. I am shivering, chat. All right, 165 watchers. All right, let's go. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna change back into my clothes. But yeah, if you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I'll be right back. I'm back. What's up? Oh my gosh, sorry for the infinite screen here. Alright. What's up? We're back. Alright. Get back to the true grind. Okay, so right before we did the cold plunge, we were gonna say that we're pretty much ready to test this, right? And I think we're just there. We're there. We're ready to test. We're ready to get this configured. But what's up, guys? If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're going to go for a lot longer. We're just getting started. And Ricky said, how long have you been working out? You're looking big, my man. I've been working out since I was younger. You know, I was raised by a really good family, and I've got 3 older brothers that I've always looked up to, and my older brothers got me into the gym. And yeah. So I started when I was like 13. Yeah, back to the money factory. Let's go. New cold plunge at 500 likes. All right, hold on. I'm putting on my socks here. All right, let's get it. Okay, so what do we do? So right now we're working on these brand profiles, all right? And I use Cursor more than anti-gravity. Dreamboy, what's up, man? So profiles are looking good. We are missing the CTA though. We're missing the CTA. So let's look at the CTA. Will you follow one punch daily routine if you hit 1,000 likes? What's the one punch daily routine? What is that? Oh, if you started at 13? Yeah. Okay, so when I click this here, the only issue that we have is that we still don't have the ability to create calls to action. Hold on, also my whisper flow is not, so whisper flow is what I use for voice to text, and for some reason it's not working right now, so we're gonna force quit whisper flow. We're gonna relaunch it, sometimes that happens. All right, let's go. Review. From what I can tell, the call to action logic has not been implemented yet. Fully integrate this into the front end so I can actually set different calls to action. All right. $100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 10K run every day. Oh, gotcha. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, I go to the gym and I do triathlon training, so you know, I think it just keeps your mind healthy, honestly. I already answered that. Cursor is better than anti-gravity, for sure. All right. Let's check where my usage is at today. Probably not a lot since it just restarted, but let's check. All right, so we got 300 likes. 400 likes is the new goal. All right, like goal is 400. Let's go, guys. You look like you do a lot of cardio. Yeah. Appreciate it. Yeah, Devin Gray said, I notice a huge mental health difference when I'm between when I'm active and when I'm not. Training is super important. 100%. 100%. Oh, I start meditating an hour every day. All right. So this needs some work. Yeah, I'm trying to be like Bobby Kennedy. Future Andrew Tate of tech. I just need the cigars, man. I need an unhealthy nicotine habit, and I'll be good. Okay, so this is going to integrate our calls to action, And then what we're gonna do is we're just gonna do a bulk export of a bunch of videos and upload them to a content bank and then run them. But also I would like to run this in production. Let's get a test running. So let's launch another agent, and I'm just gonna do I'm using Nest for my API. Yeah, so I started development like really seriously, coding every day about 3 years ago. And I'm self-taught on Codecademy. I have hundreds of certifications on Codecademy, but I've been a vibe coder. Like once I saw that that was the way that things were gonna go, I really went all in on vibe coding. This is Opus 4.5. What color is your Opus 4.5? I don't know. All right. I use Fargate, so I use Nest, and then I use Docker so I can deploy it to ECR and then use ECS to run Fargate. Hello, welcome, man. Have you ever tried combining model outputs, or do you think it would be a waste? Like, give me an example. All right, so looks like this is now running. Also, where are we at subwise, guys? 11,432. Wow. Okay, let's get to 11,500 today, guys. All right, so this is now working. I just want to see, hey, can we actually integrate? There it is, there it is. So create your first CTA. So, wow, okay. So this is really interesting. So we can now create a call to action. So let's say this one's gonna be called like subscribe, right? And then I'll have it be a link back to subscribe to BridgeMind for more content like this, right? And I'll say this, right? And then I'll add a URL, and that URL, for example, will be like my YouTube channel. And so right now, you guys can see I'm on BridgeMind Clips, but what I'm going to do is if I go to BridgeMind AI, and I click here, and I just drop in the link to my YouTube channel, I can set this as default, and I can set it as active. We're not going to set it as default, but now I've created a call to action, right? And this call to action is called subscribe. And what we're doing here is we're making it so that when we're uploading these posts, because now what I can do, watch this, guys, this is going to be really cool. So let's go over to our AI clipping agent, okay? And actually, we don't want to use that right now. We don't want to use that. What we want to do is we want to actually go over to Opus Clip, okay? And we're just going to export a bunch of clips from Opus Clip, okay? So we're going to go to Opus Clip. I'm going to go to my dashboard in Opus Clip, and I'm going to go to just like this most recent stream, right? And I'll give you guys a perspective, and this is going to be really interesting because basically I'm using my own tool, and I'm going to use it to go viral, right? And we're going to test this based on what I'm doing here, okay? So what we're doing is I'm using View Creator so that I can automate, I can create basically like sub-channels that are for clips, that are for shorts, that are for content that I'm not posting on my main channel, but all of these are going to be completely automated. I'm not gonna have to touch anything, okay? So what we're doing, like the big goal of this stream has been to do this, and you guys, you know, we've been working for most of the stream, so you guys haven't really seen like, okay, like what is this guy doing, right? Well, we're about to see it here in the next like hour of us actually being able to get a chance to test this. So let's download like, let's just, for example, let's just download like 5 clips, okay? So these are clips from streams that Opus Clip made, and I'm just gonna download 5 of them, okay? And what I'm gonna do now is I'm going to drag and drop them into the content bank of this brand profile, okay? So I'm gonna drag and drop all 5 of these clips in. All right, so all 5 clips have now been uploaded, and our system understands the duration. It knows what the aspect ratio is of these clips, and sorry, this is gonna be sick. Sorry, I had to put the glasses on. It's gonna be sick. All right, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go over to connect socials, and I'm gonna connect this new BridgeMind account. Okay, so I'm gonna go to YouTube, and I'm gonna go to this new BridgeMind clips, and I'm gonna click allow all, and now I'm gonna be able to connect. So here's BridgeMind clips. This has now been connected, and now what I can do is I can go over to agents, and I can actually make it so that I can create a new agent. And actually, before I create an agent, hold on here. Let's click cancel. Let's go over to profiles, and let's select this profile, and we'll go down to we're gonna add this BridgeMind clips account, okay? And we're gonna click save, okay? And then what we're gonna do is now we're gonna go over to agents, and we're gonna click create new agent, and we're gonna go and we're gonna do short video, okay? This is gonna be for clips only, okay? And we're gonna do YouTube, and I'm gonna select, yep, BridgeMind clips here, and I'm gonna do automated scheduling for this, okay? So every day, I want this agent to run 5 times, okay? It's gonna run 5 times. Once at 9 a.m., once at, let's do one at 9 a.m., let's do one at 10 a.m., let's do another one at 11 a.m. And honestly, I think to start, it's not good to like spam at the start, but maybe, I mean, I don't know, what do you guys think? We can do 5? Can we do 5 starting tomorrow? But what time is it right now? Because I want to test this like right now. So let's go over it. Let's run one at like 2:10. Okay, we'll just throw one at like 2:10 on there, just so we can test it today, right? So 2:10. And I just click save. Oh, did I not add that though? Oh man. All right. Hold on here. So this is one issue that we have on this page. It's just not very great for like configurations. Lone Perker said, where can I rewatch the Cold Plunge? I missed it. It's in the stream, so if you skip back in the stream, you can see it. No, this is not open source. All right, so let's go back, and let's now pull up this. And, I mean, there is an issue because I did not... We can edit it after. We'll add it after. So agent name. So I'm just going to call this agent BridgeMind clips agent. And I'm going to connect it to that first BridgeMind profile. Is this? Yeah, this is the one. Okay, cool. This agent automatically publishes clips to BridgeMind clips. Also, if you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Right now, we're at 332 likes. The goal is 400. Let's get it, guys. So yeah, BridgeMind clips. So the plan, I honestly think that this can be phased out. But all I have to do is I can go over to this here and select content bank, and then I can swap these out, because right now, in my opinion, AI videos really aren't there yet. They're going to be, so that's kind of like where we started, but we're kind of doing a little bit of a pivot. Find an appropriate piece of content to choose to be published that has not already been posted. All right, so you guys see this, so we're gonna save, and then the publish step, publish the content with... Okay, so this is the issue. This is an issue, which is fine. It's not an issue. We just haven't done it. So on the publish step, this is where we need to be able to have access to select a specific call to action, okay? So we need to be able to set a specific call to action. So before we test this, we could test it now, and it's going to work. The only thing is we really wanted to test that call to action. So let's actually pass back in agent builder here, and let's do an at. I mean, this agent understands a large context of our project. On this page now, I want you to note that I actually want to add the ability to add a specific call to action that will be used while this agent is running, so that when it creates the metadata for a post or for a platform, for example, if it's creating a post for YouTube, that it's able to properly add a call to action in the description. If it's creating a post for TikTok, it adds it in the caption, Instagram caption, Facebook caption, etc. But I need it so that if the user is opening up their publish modal, that it basically asks them if they want to add in a call to action. And we're going to need to adjust some things in our database structure so that this actually can be added. So do an in-depth review of our entities and of the API and figure out how can we add this functionality. Also, for the content bank step, you know what we should do is we actually shouldn't even make that a thing. Ugh. Hold on. I have mixed feelings on this. Mixed feelings here. So what I'm trying to figure out is, hey, this publish step is going to be able to publish this, but the thing is we're thinking through the option of Kyle Austin said you should be riffing this into Claude Code with Whisper. Yeah, I mean, technically I was just riffing that. What's your background in tech? I've been programming for 3 years. I'm self-taught. Okay, so Agents Builder. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like it. Let's do a sub check. Where are we at? 11,400, guys. We're only 57 away from our goal today. All right. I need you to do an in-depth review of this page, specifically the publishing node. When publishing, I need you to remember that the publishing step is where metadata is created. And now that we have this logic of calls to action, I think it would be fair to say that for the publishing metadata, it should ask the user if they want to set a call to action. Review this in depth and come up with a solution of what we need to update in the entities as well as in the API to make sure that users are actually able to add in a call to action on the publishing step, so that when publishing, when generating the content for the post, it's able to know, hey, we're going to create a post with this content, but what's the ultimate purpose, right? What's the call to action? So that's very, very important that we're able to pass that in, do an in-depth review, and output a diagram of what we need to update and where. All right. All right, so I think that's good. All right, hold on. Let me get the FBI cam set up while this is working real quick. Hold up. I'm gonna get the room cam set up now that the cold plunge is over. Let's go. All right, let's see here. Is this good? Hold on. That's all right. Hold on. Move it down a little, just a tad. All right. Oh, now you guys can't see the pull-ups. Let's go, chat. All right, that's probably good, right? There we go. That's good. Cool. Kyle Austin said we have the same dev setup. Keep up the good work, man. Appreciate it, dude. What are we up to today? We are building out. We're actually, if you're just tuning into the stream, you're kind of coming in at a good time because we're actually about to start testing what we've been working on all day. What we're doing is we are making it so that inside of View Creator, you're going to be able to, like, so for example, we create a new YouTube channel called Bridgemine Clips, and what we're doing is we're making it so that I'm able to set up an agent that wakes up at specified times every single day and is able to automatically post clips that I've uploaded to a content bank, okay? So as you guys know, what we're trying to do with View Creator is complete end-to-end automated social media marketing, okay? So now that we have, you know, AI video isn't there yet, but we know that it will be there. But in the meantime, how can we build a tool that's gonna be useful today that makes it easier for content creators, brands, businesses, and social media marketing agencies to be able to post content automatically, right? And what we're doing, yeah. Devin Gray said, I had to switch accounts. I'm loving this content. I'm gonna have to copy it. All right. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people. I've seen a lot more people that are doing, they've seen the success of the Bridgemind community, and I've seen a lot of copycats, which is fine. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. Space is growing. I think people are seeing what's possible, so good on you. But this content bank step is really, really cool because, like, let me show you a previous run that we did with this agent. So content bank test, this was a test that we did. And with the content bank test, like, let's go back to this run that we did at 12, right? Or let's go back to this one, or I guess all these work. But this needs to be updated so it actually renders in the video. But if you see here, look at the AI was able to go in and grab a video from our content bank and then actually publish it to YouTube. And it was able to automate this. And the reason that we built the logic of a content bank, which is just something that I invented and I came up with, is because a content bank will allow us, it allows us to make the agents useful because they'll be able to go in and grab content that's already uploaded. So instead of having to create a bunch of content with AI, and the AI content isn't really there yet, we need a way that is still useful and still helps creators or helps businesses automate their social media marketing strategy. But we're gonna try it now with Bridgemind clips because we have a ton of clips. So if I go over to profiles, what we've done is here, we've uploaded 5 different clips, right? And I could literally upload 100 clips to my content bank. And then I'll go in and I'll create an agent that just wakes up 5 times a day and posts it, you know? Neek said, if people start copying you, doesn't that mean that you made it? Congrats. Yeah, I mean, I see people in that, it's fine, it doesn't matter. I even see people that are doing, get this, they're doing the same thing, like they're doing the same format of like day X, revenue X, right? And they're literally working on like content creator tools, which is fine. I just think it's like kind of interesting. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. People see the success, right? They see the success, but there's only one Bridgemind. There's only one Bridge Army. So does it automate video tags? Yes, it does. Yeah. So based on the platform that it's posting to, it's able to automate it. So I'll even show you like, let me go over to my actual Bridgemind YouTube channel and I'll show you what it posted. All right, so over here, check this out. So I did make the videos private, but if we go to shorts, here are 2 from our test this morning. So check this out. So here was one that I posted. It posted this. So this is a short.
This project, it's a
right? So it posted this, and it was able to intuitively grab, and we made it better, so we're gonna test it, but it was able to intuitively read the video, actually know what was being said, create the title, create the description, create tags, set the category, sorry, hiccups, but this is a super useful tool, and we'll make it better, but I wanna actually begin implementing it and making it useful today. Yeah, Enrique, for real. But yeah, guys, if you're new here, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're going to 100K, hopefully within the next 6 months. So let's get it, guys. Let's go, Bridge Army. All right, So would you like me to proceed? So add CTA fields to agent entity plus migration, update agent agent DTOs, update build metadata prompts with CTA context. See, this is the issue, is I don't think that this is really needed, and this is why I was kind of curious as to what we should do here. So here, you know, it's talking about adding the CTA fields, but the thing is it should be able to intuitively know what calls to action to even use. Like, so we could go this direction and we could actually put it in the entity and we could update the entity, but wouldn't it be potentially better if our agent was so smart that it was able to intuitively, on this publishing step, be able to go back to the profile that was configured at the agent configuration and be able to look at the calls to action and choose one that makes the most sense for this video, do an in-depth review, and come up with your response? I think that this is the direction that I would like to go, instead of adding more fields to the agent entity and complicating things and having to run migrations. Do an in-depth review and then propose what we should do. So yeah, so we're probably going to go that direction. I just like that direction a little bit better. I think it's better. How many platforms does this software post to? Right now, all we're missing is TikTok, but I think like 4. But yeah. Taha said, I just got here. What are you cooking? ViewCreator.ai, over 1,000 users, and climbing every day. But this feature, we're going to try and push it tonight. I think it's super, super useful. All right, guys, we're only 45 subscribers away from our sub goal today. 45 away. Where are we at? Look at this. Boom. Let's go. 45 away. Let's get it. All right, so this is working, guys. Let's hit some push-ups and pull-ups. Let's go. We get this agent is gonna get us right. Let's go. Let's go, chat. Let's go. All right. Great, let's do it. Create a structured plan for this. Okay, perfect. The app's latest version. I'm probably gonna deploy tonight. Devin, that's hilarious. All right, so this should work. Okay, also what I want you to do is I want you to do an in-depth review of our create plan node. I think that the agent should intuitively do a plan. This shouldn't necessarily be a step. And I think that create plan is actually causing issues because let's say that a user creates a plan, or the agent creates a plan that doesn't match up with the rest of the agent. I just think it's confusing things. So let's remove that from being added. All right, alter think. Create a plan for your updates. Don't change anything in the database, but just in the API in the front end. Thanks for the support, whoever just subbed. Appreciate it. Let's go, guys. Also, one thing, you know, we have a Discord community that is one of the fastest growing vibe coding communities on the internet right now. I just want to give a quick shout out to newly joined members. We have 243 people online right now, 1,346 members. Big shout out to Factos, Husnain, Delazika, Davin, Fishy CEO, Lone Perker, Mr. V, Frostbite, Sane, Richest Domains, Symbol. Welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome to the community. Happy that you're here. Let's go. Thanks, J35. Thanks, Linux. Let's go. Let's go, guys. All right, so we're going to drop this in, and let's now go back, and I just want to talk a little bit like, hey, this agent is just like super important. I want to solely focus on this functionality because it's very critical. So let's go here. And let's go to agents, and let's actually launch, I don't know, launch an additional agent. So this is like the content bank test. So let's do a new agent, and we'll just do exactly what we were trying to do. So YouTube, and then YouTube clips. We'll do recurring. This is going to run daily. We'll do 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m., and then we'll also, just for a test, we'll do 2:30. So let's try and get this tested in the next 3 minutes here. We'll test it. So 2:30 this is going to run. I don't know if that gives us enough time. We'll see. But this is like the default plan. I want to remove this step, so I don't want to use that. And then also, I don't want to use an AI-generated video. I actually want to upload my own video, so I'm going to select Content Bank. I'm going to remove this, and then we'll do, this will be the BridgeMind agent, clipping agent. BridgeMind clipping agent here. And then we'll hook that up to the BridgeMind profile. Select content from the BridgeMind content bank and publish it to YouTube. So that's the agent's goal. The content bank, select a video that has not already been published from the content bank. And then publish, pretty simple. Publish it with the proper CTA and a keyword-filled title, description, tags. All right, so we'll save this. I think we can just create this, because I think what we're doing over here is that this is automatically going to be able to make sure that this gets done. So now if we go here, what you guys can see is look at this schedule, okay? So this agent runs on a schedule, okay? So in 2 minutes, this one's going to run here, and we're going to be able to test this. And what it's going to do is it's going to be able to go in, grab something out of the content bank that has not already been posted, transcribe it, understand what's being posted, and then actually create a YouTube post for us without having to touch anything. All we had to do was create the agent. Now this is going to run 4 times a day. So hopefully this finishes in 2 minutes, 1 minute now. We'll see here. Oh, it's creating a plan. So this actually probably won't do it. Or maybe I really want to test this. So let's change this. Let's change this one. Let's change this one. Let's do 35. Oops, 35. Okay, so we're gonna change this to test in 5 minutes. Gnu999 said, how do you still look like you have energy after 4 hours on stream? Yeah, I mean, that's just always how I am. I've always been a high energy person. High energy. Who knows? Maybe I don't know. You know, when I was growing up, when I was in high school, I didn't have a ton of friends, and that's fine. That's cool. I didn't really fit in. But, you know, I think that as you grow older, and, you know, I talk about it a lot on the streams and stuff because, you know, I just got to the point where I just realized that there's certain things that you can do to maximize who you are as a person and to improve yourself and to just make a better life for yourself. And over the years, I realized that like the social scene was definitely not it for me personally. You know, I have some really close friends. Like you guys even met one of my really close friends, NS. You know, it's a true friendship, real friendship. Great. I now want you to implement the plans with AI-driven CTA selection and also removing the create plan and doing auto planning. Okay, so, you know, over the years, I just realized I was like, you know, the social scene, you know, I had, you know, when I was growing up, I had terrible acne in high school and in college. Like my early years of college, awful experience. And it definitely affected me. And, you know, I think that I got to the point where I was like, all right, I'm going to like kind of get it up in terms of just like working really hard to improve what I was doing in life, trying to become a better man, and doing things that were right. And, you know, hey, if you stray away from like, let's say that if I went to college and I joined a frat, right, which was a huge thing at the time, you know, when you're a freshman in college, you're like, oh, should I join a frat? And when you don't do that, you make a huge shift, right? Because that's shifting away from, I'm going to be this super social guy hanging out with all these dudes in a frat and hanging out with girls all the time. And I didn't do that. I didn't go down that path. And I lived alone and I spent a lot of time by myself. And that time by myself really helped grow me because instead of, you know, spending a lot of time where it may have been harder for me at that time where I was like, oh, I'm not being as social. You know, I literally learned how to code in my college dorm room by myself because I was by myself, had nothing else to do, right? So you can see like, hey, those decisions where instead of joining a frat, instead of wasting my time on that, instead I did this and then this, you know, that's how like, hey, over time you end up way out here. And, you know, you just want to make sure that the decisions that you make, where they're going to bring you, if you actually go, like if you say, what is this decision going to do for me 2 years down the line? What is it going to do, right? Well, for me, you know, not joining a frat, not being super social, which, you know, to each his own, where does it get you 2 years down the line? Well, it got me right here, right? And, you know, the energy thing, I've always been very high energy, very optimistic, very positive person. And, you know, I've always had that. This is who I am. So people, you know, people make jokes and stuff. They're like, hey, how do you get so much energy? And I just love what I do, right? I literally just, you know, I have it written up on the board, but, you know, I have it written up there. I wake up every day and I give it everything that I have. And I think that when you have something that you're excited in the morning to wake up and work on and do and to spend your days on, then that's just the best place to be, right? It's such a great place to be. And, you know, I wake up and I'm like, hey, today's another day to grow this community. It's another day to push forward on what I'm working on. It's another day to work out. It's another day to read and grow knowledge. And yeah, I just love it, honestly. Let's go, Smith. And Ricky, let's go. Linux said, hope all is well. Oh, I'm not on the right account. Genu said, do you have any job in real life? If yes, then you are a cool person. Like, I have never seen someone like you before. This is my full-time job. Appreciate it, though. Cash Legend said, cold plunge. Yeah, we already hit the cold plunge. That's why you got to show up. You never know what's going to happen on a Bridgemine Live. Alright. So, we've got 1 minute. I think we're going to have to push this back a little bit. Let's do 40. Because this agent's still working. Which Claude plan are you using for UltraThink? I'm pretty sure that with any Claude plan you can use UltraThink. I'm using the Max plan though. The Ultra plan. I got them mixed up now. How are you funded to be doing this for 3 to 6 months straight? Yeah, so I talk about it pretty openly on the channel. I did make an investment into the company, self-invested, and I'm being as smart as I can with the money. I think early on in any business, you're going to be losing money at the start, but hopefully, over the next year, I can figure out how to turn that around. But for now, I've lost maybe about $3,500 after, you put revenue into the equation, I've been in the startup world, and yeah, I don't know how to. Yeah, all right. Content bank, publish content. All right, 240. This is going out. All right, auto generate plan to orchestrator. So the reason we're doing that is because you don't really need to do a create plan. Like, I think that create plan is just a little bit obnoxious. Like, we can have it plan on its own, right? Overnight software developer said there's a max 5x and a max 20x. I just got 5x through a hackathon, and I'm like rate limited within an hour. Yeah, so I use the 20x. Yeah, Kyle. Invalid command when I use ultrathink. That's interesting. Yeah, so when I put in ultrathink, it does that. It like highlights rainbow. So Ulrich said, so you can code, but instead of coding, you are letting AI do the job. What is your experience with AI doing codes? Is it better this way, or is it better that a person writes code? Yeah, so I have a pretty strong opinion on this just because I have been coding in vibe coding for the last 3 years. And the biggest thing that I'll tell you just from my experience, right? So take it with a grain of salt. You got to apply this to what works best for you. A lot of people in our community, some of them, like Linux, for example, has shared that, hey, he does about, I think 60% he's mentioned manual and then 40% vibe coding. I think Apurium in the chat, if he's here, kind of same deal. And I'm 100% vibe coding. And the reason I'm 100% is because I'm training for the future, because I do believe that the tools are going to continue to get better and better. So it's better to train on less powerful models so that when the models get even more powerful, that you'll understand the full workflows to do that. Appearing, what's up, man? What is ultrathink? It does extra thinking. Okay, so build and verify all changes. So this looks like it's going to go in on time. Let's just hope no errors. There are some errors. Okay, so we may need to push this back just another minute or two. All right, let's do 43. Also, I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back, guys. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. This agent is finishing up. Should find these build errors and fix them. We'll see. All right, we back. Let's go. Yeah, ultra think is extra thinking, exactly. That's hilarious. All right. Kyle Austin, yeah, vibe coding means you let Claude Code do everything and you just watch it and feel the vibes. Yeah, so, I mean, that's what some people call it. So I would refer to vibe coding as like a vibe coder. if you go to the bridgemind.ai website and you go to jobs, you'll see like the definition of vibe coder. If you go to, we're hiring vibe coders. So to us, a vibe coder is a next generation software developer who seamlessly integrates AI tools into their development workflow. You don't just write code, you orchestrate AI assistants like Claude, Cursor, and other cutting edge tools to amplify your productivity 10x. You understand that the future of development isn't about memorizing syntax, but about creative problem solving and leveraging AI to build faster and better. So that's what I believe in. That's what BridgeMind believes in. And that's what our community is all about. We truly believe in these tools and we want to help build the future. So with that being said, it looks like this is ready to test. Hold on here. Yep. So both the API, they were built successfully. So this should be good now, which is perfect timing because this job is about to run. So let's go back to our agents and kind of watch this as it goes. BridgeMind clipping agent. So this agent is gonna wake up at 10:43. We can actually move that forward a little bit. Let's do 10:42. This we don't have to wait an extra minute here. 10:42. So in 1 minute, this is gonna wake up and run. I don't believe in ADHD, and no, I get the question about Adderall a lot, but no, this is just who I am. I don't believe in ADHD. I think ADHD is kind of a made-up thing. I remember like one of my friends, you know, he had ADHD, and I mean, he got put on like one of those, you know, attention drugs, and you know, it does change who you are, right? So even if you have ADHD, like, are you really gonna take? Isn't it like amphetamines or something? I don't know. I have no idea what class of drug that is, but yeah, I had a friend that, you know, his parents put him on ADHD medication early on, and okay, so here it's now we're gonna be able to watch the logs here, so you guys can see it's downloading video for your transcription. It downloaded the video. Look how fast that is. So I made it in 8 hours. Agent run completed, so it's already done. So what was that? 5 seconds that agent ran in. So publishing to YouTube. So do you guys see this? The logs processing, publishing. So it's publishing it to YouTube now. It's a shorts. So this looks like it's working. Yeah, coding is really fun for me. Also, I love this community. I love the BridgeMind community. More to come in 2026. 2026 is going to be an insane year for this community. Like, this is just the beginning. All right, platform publishing completed. So it did go end to end. So let's do a refresh. Like, let's go back here and let's check the clipping agent. So you can see here the run 242. So this was the run. It posted this video here. So I'm curious as to, like, let's go over to BridgeMind clips now and let's refresh, and it's probably going to show up here in a second. So right now you can see it's posting. So converting image files in 8 hours. What did it do? That's how my Z converter was born. I built it in just 8 hours, fueled by pure. Well, the issue is that it didn't understand that I was listening to something in our Discord community. So that is like an interesting issue. Ariane said you have great dedication. Thank you, man. Yeah, this is AI. So sometimes the best tool is subscribe to BridgeMind for more content like this. So it did say subscribe to BridgeMind for more content like this, but it did not include the link. So that's one issue. So like a couple problems. So first of all, my Zen converter story. So this is like, I guess, an issue. So let's watch this video. Hold up. Yeah, February is gonna be crazy. For me, I'm not really trying to be a content creator, so I'm not like, for you guys that watch this channel know I don't monetize my YouTube channel. I don't take sponsors, so, you know, I think that you guys, for those of you that have been around for a while now, you guys have gotten to know me well, so. All right, so let's see this. So view your channel. So here's what just posted. If you guys want to go watch this, drop this in. Where did my coding journey start? It started about 3 years ago. So if I go to just that, let's like go to manage videos, right? Did it add tags? Let's see if it added tags. I mean, I think it did. I mean, there's no reason it wouldn't, right? So let's go here. It's fine. All All right, so it did add tags. So AI review, BridgeMine, coding project, developer story, image converter, software development, tech tools, ZZen converter. I did add the category properly, so that makes sense. The only issue, and this is like an interesting edge case, but like this video is about, like this was from our project sharing event. So converting this image file in 8 hours. So it said my ZZen converter story. So the issue is it wasn't me talking, right? It was somebody from our Discord community talking. So that's like an edge case. Because it can only see the transcription, so that is an issue. Also, guys, if you guys have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Where are we at? Are we getting close to 11,500? Oh, wow, we're real close. Only 20 subs away, guys. Let's go. We can do it. Also, we're only 12 likes away from our like goal, which is 400. We can do it, guys. Let's go. All right, so I mean, honestly, it's working pretty well. Like if this wasn't the case, like first of all, issues are no hashtags. Okay, so it is working. Review the logs for reference. So we'll pull up the logs, drop in the logs. Yeah, so here's the logs. Okay. Review this in depth and note that there are no hashtags, and for the CTA, it did not include the link that was connected to the CTA. This must have been missed because it just said subscribe to BridgeMine, but it didn't actually include the BridgeMine link. So that needs to be fixed. There needs to be special prompts in the system prompt to make sure that for a CTA, to make sure to include the link if it's there. Review in depth. Also review the run. There are no hashtags. Fix that. Review in depth and output a list of different things to actually improve based on what you see here. All right, so we are getting like really, really deep into this. This is good. Day 98, yeah. Imperium, let's go. Tony, I use the Claude Max Plan 20X. Pull-ups time, 15 reps. Let's go. All right, computer gig. You guys know how it is. Let's go. Let's go, chat. Interesting, Onyx. I'm not ready for the crypto arc. Thank you, computer gig. Let's go. Billion miles per hour. Yeah, probably. But Onyx, the thing is, you know, and I talk about this, it's not all about money. Like, people get so caught up with money, and I get it, I understand, all right? But I'm gonna talk to you guys a little bit. Stop thinking about money and start thinking about like a true purpose. If money is your purpose, if that was the true purpose, if money was my true purpose, then like I'd be taking sponsors, I'd be monetizing the YouTube channel, and I probably wouldn't have gotten as far with what I'm doing if money was the main goal, right? This community would not be at the point that it's at right now if I was just gonna be another AI influencer that built up a following and then sold out, right? I mean, like I said, I watch these AI influencers. I like to see what's going on in the space. They get on, they're like, guys, today we're gonna be building an app, and we're gonna build the app all today, and we're gonna publish it to the App Store. We're gonna make $10,000 in 10 minutes, and you guys are gonna see it live, right? And yeah, I think that, you know, and then they say, and we're gonna be using my favorite tools today. We're gonna be using Droid, use code Pikachu in the description for 30% off. It's the best tool on the market. Use I don't know, you guys get what I'm saying. I just think that at the end of the day, what we're trying to do, jokes aside, is it's not about money. We're trying to prove what's possible with AI. We're trying to be a part of the AI revolution and actually make our voices heard. We're trying to prove the naysayers wrong that hate on AI, and we are going to be the ones that build the future. That's what our community is all about, is being on the cutting edge of this technology and actually being the ones that are going to make the most of it and build the future. So, okay, so clips, these look fine. I mean, this one was okay. Alright, Linux said, money will come if you build a castle on bedrock. Castles on sand have profit too. Faster even, but it won't last. But yeah, money is a sickness. Nice to have, but a sickness, in my opinion, as a broke weirdo. Come on, Linux. I know Linux decently. He's actually a pretty cool guy. Been here since day one. Crazy. I think Linux, literally, if we go back to the 90 days, this is where Linux, this is how OG Linux is. This is where Linux was probably the 900th subscriber. Just because I did have the channel a little bit, like lifetime. I think I started it back in like March 6, 2024, but then I actually started BridgeMind seriously here. But appreciate you for all that you do, Linux. All right, so let's see this here. Oh shoot, we hit 400 likes. Let's go. W's in the chat. Thank you guys. Imperium said check DM. All right, man. I don't have anything from you yet. Oh wait, here it is. All right, hold up here. All right, so let's do another run here. Let's test this again. This time, I don't want to post too much on this channel. Let's see here. All right, so let's change it to BridgeMind, right? So publish settings, saved. All right, hold up here. All right, let's go to cursor. Change this so that it's not in a grid layout. Like I don't want there to be a right sidebar. I actually just want it to be wrapped and compact and uniform. Really good responsiveness. Update the page, respectively. All right, Gemini 3 Pro is pretty good at UI, so we'll use it for UI. All right, let me see here. Okay, Akshay. All right, or Imperium. Shout out to Imperium. So he just dropped me. He gave me a browser tab to put in here. So we're gonna add a browser. We're gonna test this live here. So he gave me this. So, all right, hey, that's pretty cool. Dang. Okay, Imperium, I see you, man. All right, so he created this light goal. So I can delete this one, right? So shout out to Imperium, he just made this. So this is a live like counter. Dang. Wow. Alright, can I put it like here? What looks best? Here? What do you guys think? Here? Shout out to Imperium, that is sick. W Imperium in the chat. That is awesome. Yeah, I'm using Next. Yeah. Oh, this looks much better. There we go. Alright. Jesse said that, genuinely, guys, I'm really grateful that I found this community and being a meaningful part of it. We're doing strong on all aspects of the community. W to all. Let's go, Jesse. Honestly, Jesse, I'm happy that you came around, man. We're lucky to have you as a mod. It's so cool, like, our team, I don't know, you know, if anybody is interested in joining the Bridgemind team, definitely let us know. It's a great team. Alright. Alright, so this now works. I want to test this again. So let's do 11. I mean, let's just do, can we run it immediately? Can I run agent? Yeah, I can run it anytime I want. So what I can do now is it's hooked up to Bridgemind now. So let's run it again. And this is going to run. It's going to, so watch this run, guys. This is pretty cool. So it goes in, it selects a video from the content bank, and then it publishes the content, okay? Yeah, Devin, definitely join the Discord if you're interested. Okay, so it already published. First of all, this is insanely fast. And that was, when we switched over to using Grok, that was definitely a big change. That was a big change. All right, let's go. Where do I want to go here? All right, let's go to Shorts, Videos. All right, let's go to Manage Videos, and let's see what this actually did. Oh, look at that. All right, oops, wrong endpoint. Quick fix for an X Twitter media upload snag. Ever hit a wall with your API integrations? I ran into a classic, calling the wrong endpoint. This video shows the moment everything clicked after a simple fix. We sent the data, but then hit another hurdle trying to upload media to X, formerly Twitter, due to their tier limitations. It's a common developer headache and something worth noting if you're working with their API. And then look at this. It did give the perfect call to action. Let's see this. So this is the actual video. So it still is not. Got it. I was calling the wrong endpoint. This is a boring video. All right, so here it is. So now you can see that these actually. So we did send that out, right? So let's actually check. Guys, we're literally going to be able to create like, is that with our 10 different channels for this? This is crazy. Media uploads. Imperium, let's go, man. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so this did a better job, but it's still not doing the hashtags. So, okay, great work. One issue, though, is that it's doing tags, but in the description of the YouTube video or captions or for TikTok, Instagram, or Facebook, it's not doing any hashtags. We want to make sure to include at least 3 to 5 hashtags if in the description, if it's a YouTube post, and then if it's the captions for Instagram, Facebook, or TikTok, make sure it uses 3 to 5 relevant hashtags. It should be able to look at the brand profile for the hashtags as well as the video. But great work. It's doing better, but still no hashtags. YouTube uses tags, yes, but also we want to use hashtags in the YouTube description. So note this, that even though YouTube, yes, it does use tags, we also want to include hashtags in the description of the YouTube video if it's YouTube. All right, so you guys see that? So it says, clarification on hashtags. The logs showed Instagram hashtag count 0, but this is not a bug. YouTube was the only target platform, and YouTube uses tags, not hashtags. The YouTube tag count 8 shows that 8 tags were correctly generated for YouTube. So just didn't put them in the right area. So let's fix that. Yeah, the like count's pretty cool. All right, we did the cold plunge, so we can change up the change this up. Also, are we getting close to 11,500? I think we're probably past it, aren't we? Let's see. Oh shoot, we're only 9 away. Let's go, guys. All right, so one thing that I do want to look at, like, hey, the goal that we're trying to accomplish is once we get this to the point, I think that we actually need to deploy this to production. I think that we're ready to deploy this to production. And what's really cool is that what we can do now is we're going to use View Creator so that the Bird's Mind community goes viral. And we're going to use View Creator, and we're going to use this method that we've invented, which is to create content banks and to create a significant amount of clips in these content banks, and then to create agents that are able to go into these content banks that are connected to specific channels that are able to then transcribe the content that's in there, and then it's able to post. And we can create 20 BridgeMind Shorts channels, put a bunch of clips in the content bank, boom, 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 all links back to YouTube. Like our call to action can all be back to the BridgeMind YouTube channel. Like, do you guys see what I'm doing? Like, do you guys understand like what we're doing here? Because this is going to be big. This is big. This is really useful for virality is really what it's useful for. Automated virality. I'm only 7 away. Let's go, guys. So BridgeMind clips, we'll start posting there. Let's test this again. The problem is I don't want to post too much. Instagram, YouTube description will end with 3 to 5 hashtags. I think that's okay. So added explicit hashtag requirements for each platform. YouTube must end with 3 to 5 hashtags. Instagram do not include hashtags. Must end with 3 to 5 hashtags. TikTok must end with 3 to 5 hashtags. Must end with 3 to 5 hashtags. Include 1 to 2 hashtags if space allows. Oh my gosh, guys, this is amazing. This is fire. All right. We really need to push all this up to production, though, to be honest. And fix any build errors. This is perfect. Great work. I now need you to look at what happens on the different content types. We've been focusing in on short video, but for example, what happens for the single image content type or the multi-image content type respective to the content bank step? We need to ensure that our publishing system is able to properly look at the images that are being posted so that it has a visual cue and visual idea of what images are being posted, just like we do with videos where we actually look at the transcript. But the issue is that with images, instead of looking at a transcript, it's an image, so we have to actually process and take in the images so that the AI, while publishing, can look at the images to understand what's actually being published. Review our existing system and implementation. Do we have this structured in the correct way, or what? Do an in-depth review and output a summary to me of where we're at right now. All right, cool. Thanks, J35. Devin Gray said, why do you want hashtags and YouTube tags? Also, the like count is awesome. So hashtags help for videos, and also the tags help for videos. So it's all associated with getting more views, getting more clicks, getting shown to more people. If you don't use hashtags, you will get less views, less clicks. All right, so this one's working. Okay, so back to this. I want to make sure that everything's building because, guys, we're going to deploy this to production here soon. Same thing with, actually, we didn't even make any updates. So run the test suite and confirm no build errors or testing errors. If tests are failing, fix them. All right, guys, I just started a new poll. We're trying to get to 500 likes. Have you liked the video? If you haven't, make sure you do so. All right, all are passing, no failing. So there is vision capability. Yeah, I want to use OpenRouter. I think it is using, it's looking at it, chat with vision, describe image. Yeah, so I see the format context for text iteration method at line only mentions that images exist in their prompts themes. It does not actually pass the image URLs for visual analysis. Let me also check if there's an existing vision image analysis capability in the code base. Okay, bottom line, the system correctly handles videos via transcription, but images from the content bank are not being analyzed visually. The infrastructure exists, OpenAI Vision, OpenRouter multimodal support, but the code path for image analysis is in. Generate metadata for publish is not implemented. The AI is essentially blind to what the images actually contain when generating metadata for single image or multi-image content types. Would you like to implement the image analysis? Yes. Level Up Oneself said, it is a lovely idea and will make money, but is it solving a real-world problem? It's helpful, but does this really elevate humanity to the next level, or is it just traversing the wall horizontally? Interesting thoughts, man. Did I make anything yet? Yes. Yeah. Over 1,000 users. Just getting started, too. Also, guys, like everybody says, you know, people say, how do I keep the energy? And guys, there is a secret. I will say, the push-ups and the pull-ups help significantly with energy. So whenever I feel the energy get low, or lessen, I just do some push-ups, I do some pull-ups, and I get the blood flowing. It's insane. It's literally a hack. Let's go, guys. go. Up here inside, I started doing cold plunges in the nearby lakes. Man, early morning, it's too cold. That's insane. Neek said that there's the 4 P's: push-ups, pull-ups, plunge, and piano. Let's go. Let's go. The 4 P's, I love it. Oh, shoot, guys. Oh, I missed it. Guys, we hit our sub goal for the day. Let's go. Let's go, guys. 11,500. I knew we could do it. If you guys have just joined us and have not already joined the Discord, make sure you do so. That's where the Bridgemine community hangs out. I just want to give a quick shout out to some newly joined members. We're up to 1,356. Big shout out to Stizzy K, Sam Bucks, Shaquille, Amini, Rewind, Malu, Half Basic, Senin. Welcome to the community, guys. I'm happy that you're here. Let's go. W's in the chat. Let's go. Let's coin the 4 P's. Yeah. All right. So let's see this now. Let's test this. So let's create a new agent, and let's do it with image. It'll be an image gen instead. Yeah. All right, so let's go to agents. Which one would be a good one? Vibe coding infographic. I feel like we should edit this agent. This would be good. So this will be a good one to test. So we'll delete this and we'll have it create a simple infographic image that explains what vibe coding is. And I can even put the Bridgemine logo in it. I don't have the assets uploaded, but do I have one? No. I don't have any. All right, that's all right. That's fine. And then we'll do publish, post the image and the content, so yes. All right, so let's save this. So agent updated successfully. Let's launch another agent. Users are abandoned on this page. After they click Save Changes, it should actually... Oh, shoot. Redirect back to the agent ID page. Also, there should be a button to go back or to go back to the agent ID page. I don't know. They're totally stuck on this page once they get to it. Fix this. All right. I am going to use the restroom real quick while this agent works. I'll be right back. Why not? Why not, right? Oh man. I'm using Postgres for the database. All right, what's it doing? Agent ID? Okay, cool. Yeah, that's fine. All right, let's go back to that though. And let's actually run this. So Oh, shoot. Huh. You know what's crazy? Did this run at 143? Hold on. Wow. Guys, that's awesome. So check this out. Okay. So this is the, like... Also, first of all, it does not understand what vibe coding is in this. So it's gonna need some help. But this post, it ran. It was created with our agent. This does not understand what our agent actually is. But that's all right. Also, thank you guys for all the support. All right, so I'm gonna turn that off. Let's run this time. So agent run started. So I want to test this, and what we want to see is, does our agent actually have the ability to see the images, right? So right now it's creating the image, and then it's going to be able to publish it. But now this could fail because this is new. But here is decode your mood vibe coding. I think this is not understanding what vibe coding is at all. We need to like make this smarter. Hold on. I gotta delete those. Also, if you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. But let's just see, like, what did it actually create? Like, let's go to X and see, did it create something that at least was reflective? Yeah. All right, X needs some improvement. Fox, what's up, man? Crazy Gamer said 1 video multi-channel daily, 5 times 15 video daily. Yeah. Yeah, this is not, that content's terrible. It's not understanding what vibe coding actually is. And to our point of why we created the content bank, why did we actually create a content bank initially? It's because these AI tools, at least in content generation, do have some limitations right now. But with our content bank, we've solved that. But I will say I need to remove those posts. That is garbage. All right, let me fix this. Decode your mood. I guess that's what vibe coding is. I'm looking like AI. That's fun. Okay. So this is working really well for what the underlying functionality that we were working on today was, which is actually getting these agents to perform as intended. So guys, I am getting a little bit hungry. Yeah, so Super Combo said let the model search the web for updated information. Yeah, so we're definitely going to do that. For now, I'm getting hungry, so I think this is a good point to end the stream for today. 5 hours in. How long did we go for? 5 hours and 15 minutes. So I'm going to end the stream. Appreciate you guys tuning in today. Tomorrow, we're going to grind, and we're going to make significant progress. And appreciate you guys for showing up. If you haven't already joined the Discord, make sure you do so. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good rest of your day.